Well, hello everyone. As usual, I'm always scrambling. You would think I have so much time to prepare for these streams, but then once I hit that start streaming button, there's like 5 to 10 different things I realized, oh, I forgot to do this or that. So, yo, Kashif, thank you very much. You subscribed on YouTube. Yo, what a way to start. We got our first sub of the... Oh, I have to update my sub goal because I think it's over the... We put a little measly 10 as the goal. So it is cool when we meet our goals, right? So you got to have low expectations. I should set a goal of like 1 all the time. Hello, Kristen, and hello, Elle. I tried to... Elle, thank you very much for being the first one in the chat. So I actually did try to give you some of the prize pixels. Unfortunately, I saw that you gambled it all away, and so your name disappeared from the list. So I gave some to your YouTube channel, but give it some time. Once your name pops in, once you get a few PPs under your belt, pun intended, then I shall be able to extend your PP by 300 or whatever it is. Thanks for being here. Kash, oh, you said hello from the boat at work. Oh, you're working on a boat? Or do you mean... I'm so confused. I think before, I remember you were taking a boat to get between countries. So anyways, Kashif says, hello, you there. I am here. Thank you very much for being here as well. Usually I'll turn on the stream and you'll see I have like this kind of filler content, if you will. But it's just it's a montage that I created from my travels. I put a lot of thought into it, a lot of time into making that. And I figured it was a good way to introduce people, to who am I, as a content creator, as a potential, if you're going to tune in for a live stream, what kind of biography does Yobel Prize have? So I put together a bunch of footages from my recent trips around the world in the past 2 years. And hopefully that does give you a sense of my style, how I travel, what I shoot for. I do mostly wildlife photography and videography. And yeah, and that's kind of the purpose of these streams. I tend to show you guys behind the scenes as I edit my footages, my photos, talk shop about everything around traveling and life stuff, photography, videography things. Usually trying not to be too controversial with the topics, but everything else is fine. But thank you very much for subbing. Thanks for putting in a few kind words. I'll go with kind words in the chat. And what's up, Kristen? Kristen, 00725. Have the numbers changed on your username? Or maybe I didn't see those last time. Kristen, thanks for being here. As always, I appreciate your presence. You said I won't be here too long, going to my daughter's first. Oh, you're going on your daughter's first field trip as a chaperone. Yo! That's pretty cool. I don't know why, but there's something about that. I have no kids. I have my 2 cats. That's it, right? But the thought of I just found out. And you know what's funny? I had a FaceTime with my mom. I still haven't even called my brother about this. So, but then my mom told me that my brother is apparently expecting his 3rd child. So, Kristen, you must have inspired him somehow. And here they go, having a 3rd. I have 2 nieces, so we'll see if it's going to be a nephew or a niece for the 3rd. But yeah, how exciting. But anyways, I had a thought about that must be a fun feeling. I'm excited for you, Kristen. There's something cool about being able to the tides have changed or whatever, where you are now on the other side of it. Because obviously I have fond memories as a kid and going on these field trips. So to imagine if you were the person that's actually the boss, the one that they look up to, like as a kid, they're like, oh, this is the adult who's going to oversee everything. So hopefully you keep all of them safe, of course. And it's going to a nature reserve. Oh, nice. You should teach them about photography. tell all those kids to subscribe to Yobel Prize for more animal footages. If they're of age, obviously, which they're not. Congrats to your brother and family. Yeah, congrats to them. Again, it's funny. I haven't even told him in person or, over the phone. So is your brother still in the U.S.? Yes. So all the family, direct family and all that, they are stateside. I am the only one who made it across the pond, if you will, and into the desert of Dubai. So here I am. Okay, so I just fed my cats. And wow, they're being so obedient today, which is so nice, because I think the other day Kimbap has just been such a pain in all the rears. Let me bring him closer to the stream. Where are you? Hey, buddy. All right. So this one is Kimbap. And then Nala has been, as of late, she's been chilling on the Amazon box over there. Oh, I'm spending way too much money on things. Probably should tone it down. But I just bought a cat bed that attaches to the desk. And I was like, yo, that's exactly what I need. Here, let me see if I can show. I think it's a bit dark on the desk, but if I can bring this light over. And I'll have to figure this out anyways. No, now I'm just blocking it. Hold on. Can we do it this way? All right. Jesus. So here on my desk, right, all I have is just an empty desk, usually. I brought my big camera over earlier, so it's still there. But then you can attach it to the side, so it's not elevated, but then it extends out this way, and then it can drop down when I'm not using it. So then that way, during the stream, if I pop it up, it's a bit closer. And so obviously, I like when my cats are close to me, obviously. But then if they decide to use it, which is always the big if, right? Then cool, they'll be on the stream more often. And I got to make it very clear, they are not forced to be here. I do not use any, what do you call it? Punishment mechanisms. There are no shock collars on these cats. They decide to hang out near me out of their own free will, and probably just out of incentives because they know I feed them all the time. So maybe that's why they're there. So anyways, I'm excited. I don't know when it's arriving. I forgot to check, but that'll be fun. They're 4 years old, says Kristen. Yeah. What's the cutoff for a kid to sign up on YouTube or Twitch? I think, actually, I'm pretty sure it's like... So give it a few years and then remind them in 10 years' time or whatever it is to subscribe to Yobel Prize. Let me open up a web thing here. Give me a second. Go to stream mode. Let's go to ChatGPT. I forgot to turn on our ChatGPT. Oh, one thing. I'm taking a pause from listening to Musicbed just because I keep getting hit with copyright strikes. And the contact that I'm in correspondence with from Musicbed, she is on PTO until tomorrow. So I'm just getting tired of getting hit with so many copyright strikes. So I figure, you know what? Let's just take a pause from it. I should be hearing back from my contact by tomorrow. And then hopefully they get it all fixed. And then we'll get back into, you know, checking out Musicbed music, which I'm excited for. I'm actually antsy because I really want to keep exploring, and obviously I want to use it for my YouTube project. So, what's up, Editor Captain? What a name. Give me 1 second, Editor Captain. Let me just, I'm just trying to open a few things up on stream. I forgot to do this before I started, so, you know, what can you do? All right, there we go. Editor Captain says, I'm a video editor and a graphic designer. Yo, oh wait, are you coming in here because, I just made a job posting on, what's it called? YouTube jobs, YT jobs. So there's a website. So basically, if you guys have been following my stream for the past, I think it's been about 2 to 3 weeks, you would know that I've been struggling to find a video editor. You know, I want obviously a talented editor, but then my issue mainly was I don't have an infinite budget. My YouTube channel is still very small, so it's not like the channel itself makes money that will fund and pay for the editor. So it's really coming out of pocket fully. So then my problem, and also as I'm so new to the space, I really wanted to find a good editor. And the question is always, how do you find high quality while not high cost? And so that's everyone's problems, right? And so I wanted to reach out via Upwork to see if I can find people who see potential in my channel, what I do, and is willing, you know, they're willing to work with me at a reasonable rate. I did find one person that I tested for my latest YouTube video, and unfortunately, it was not the best experience. I think his talent is there. I did have to rework a lot of things, including the audio stuff, and yeah, there's a lot of things. I've kind of gone into it before, but there's just a lot of things in terms of work ethic, like the work style and synergy and a few other things that I just didn't find jives with me, let's just say. So I was watching another video on like, where do I find video editors? And one of the websites that was suggested was YT Jobs, and apparently that's meant for like YouTubers or YouTube editors. So anyways, I just pumped in some money and I've created a job listing there. So if anyone knows of a good editor at a reasonable rates and can do the types of things that I'm trying to do on my channel, do hit me up, please. Sorry, that was a long-winded thing just to say hi to Editor Captain, but my assumption, because what are the odds that a video editor pops into our chat after, shortly after I made that listing? So it's good to see. Hopefully you did come from there, because that means the listing is working. And hopefully editor, maybe we can work together. We'll see. Kristen, he said, I'd probably still teach them about photography and some random animal facts. There's a bald eagle, so I may have to show them your eagle in flight videos. Ooh, yes. Yeah, make sure to watch it and then like the video, whichever video you're going to check out. And leave a comment, subscribe, whatever. Let me know what the kids think of the eagle. Kids are the most brutally honest people, right? So sometimes they're probably the best critics. You're a good cat dad, says Kristen. Yeah, you know what? I'm okay. Actually, no. I'm okay. The thing is, I don't know how to discipline my cats, because I do feel guilty when I yell at them, and sometimes I do have to. And yeah, because like especially with Kimbap, Nala's okay. Kimbap just constantly, once he gets hungry, it's like his motor system, everything, his brain function, everything just goes towards one purpose in life, and that's to eat every morsel before they die, right? I don't know how to train that out of his brain. Besides, like, my current thought process was the moment I see him stealing food or like about to jump up or jumps up onto the countertop to steal food, I figure I need to raise the alarm a bit so that either it frightens him or it teaches him. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to deter him from bad behavior. But then my understanding is cats just don't care, they just do what they want. I don't know. We'll ask ChatGPT in a second. Kristen, you say my bonus son who just turned 14. Oh, nice. Happy belated. Your son said that Facebook is now requiring an ID to sign up. I have no idea. I joined in 2009. When did I join? I need to be a bit better on Facebook as well. Anyways, wow, they need an ID to sign up. Is that a bad thing? Actually, I kind of feel like that might be a good thing. I feel like I think kids need a break from social media. If there's a way to somehow, like, I saw one school, it went viral in the States, where they were forcing all the kids to have their phones locked up. There's like some kind of lock bag that they had to drop it into, and they couldn't unlock it until the end of the school day. And I thought that was genius, because I can't imagine, how do you teach someone if they're on their phone the whole time? They're distracted. You've got the whole world in your fingertips as a kid these days. So if you allow them to have phones in class, there's just no chance. And you can't even blame the kids. It's just like you're giving them, it's like putting them in front of a candy shop with the door open and not expecting them to steal something. I don't know. Your description also says editing streams, so I'm sure that'll help bring people here who can edit. Fair enough. Yeah, I did forget I put that in there. So, in which case, dang it, maybe the YouTube posting thing isn't working yet. I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm not on Facebook much anymore, though. I've had to be more active while I'm campaigning, but I try to stay off. Yeah. Generally speaking, I think it's just everything's in moderation. That's really the answer for almost everything. It's the most boring answer, but it's also like the most true. It's like almost anything in life, whether it's like substances, entertainment, anything you consume, like mentally, physically, whatever, or imbibe. I feel like as long as it's in moderation, like there's nothing wrong with it. So same thing with social media. It's just obviously it can lead to the most addictive behavior, and that's where things get a little bit wonky. So, okay. I think I was going to ask ChatGPT something. What was I going to ask? Oh, let's just ask a quick casual question. Hello, Amber. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. I can hear you loud and clear. Let me know what you need.
Well, I need a lot of things, but in terms of right now from you, could you tell me, I have an unruly cat. He doesn't bite or yowl or hiss at me or anything, but he just always steals his siblings' food. And no matter how much I try to train the cat not to steal the food, he still does it. Am I allowed, as a cat parent, am I allowed to yell at the cat if I catch the cat right in the act, right as it's trying to steal the food? If I like do something to scare the cat or, you know, shout at the cat, whatever, would that actually work? And would it actually train them in the moment to then, it's like a hot stove kind of thing, to not do the action?
So I totally get the frustration of having a little food thief on your hands. In general, though, yelling or trying to scare a cat can actually just make them more anxious or stressed out. And that usually doesn't teach them what you want them to do. It just teaches them that something scary might happen around food, which isn't really the lesson you're going for. So instead, what you
Hold on, though. Hold on. Okay, you're about to give a suggestion, but what I will say is two things. One, these cats have such a spoiled life. They can... It's okay to have a little anxiety in their life. That's what I would say, okay? They have no real stresses, let's be real. The second thing is I feed the cats in separate locations. So for one of my cats, the one that's not a problem, I put her food up on the kitchen countertop. Whereas the unruly cat, I want him to always avoid the kitchen. So I don't actually care if he gets trained into avoiding that whole area, because if anything, that's a win for me. So, okay, anyways, proceed with your suggestions. Now with what I just said.
Absolutely, that makes sense. And hey, a little bit of boundaries is not a bad thing. So if your goal is to have him actually avoid that kitchen area altogether, then you're kind of on the right track. You can definitely use a bit of a deterrent, like a firm voice or a clap, just to let him know that area is off limits. It's really about consistency. So if you do that every single time he tries to go into the kitchen or tries to sneak that food, he will start associating that area with, okay, this is not my space. And that's actually a pretty reasonable approach. So you're not being cruel, you're just setting a boundary.
What if I use a shock collar? Do they make shock collars for cats?
So I would definitely steer clear of that route. I mean, they do exist, but it's really not recommended for cats. Cats are pretty sensitive creatures, and using something like a shock collar can really stress them out and can actually cause more behavioral issues down the line. So I'd say it's definitely better to just keep it to those consistent, gentle boundaries and not go down the shock collar path. It'll be a lot kinder for your cat in the long run.
I'm just messing. There's just some controversy with the big streamer allegedly shocking their dog. So obviously I wouldn't shock my cats, okay? Just with my words. But all right, well, thank you very much. I guess that's oh, and then I had someone in the chat recommend I could clap my hands and firmly say no. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And no worries. I totally get it. There's always some kind of drama going on out there. But yeah, clapping your hands and just firmly saying no is actually a really good approach. It's just a way to startle them a little bit, get their attention, and let them know that's not what you want them to do. And as long as you're consistent, they'll usually catch on. So I think you're on the right track.
All right. Well, I feel less guilty about yelling at my cat then. Yeah. But look, today, he's being a good boy. He's not doing anything that he shouldn't. So, good on you, buddy. Okay, so what's on the agenda for today? So, like I said, I'm not going to be checking out Musicbed for now, just to avoid all of the annoying copyright strikes that keep hitting my videos. So I'm hoping I'll get it taken care of tomorrow. In the meantime, what I want to get done today is I've been working on the script for my next YouTube video, or my next talking head video, most likely. And it's going to be a review of Dehancer. So Dehancer, if you guys aren't aware, which could be many of you, I mean, I wasn't aware, but I'm not aware of most things, to be fair. If you're in the video editing world, if you're in the film cinematography world, you may have heard of Dehancer before. They had reached out to me to essentially see if I was interested in testing out their product. And they were so kind as to say, look, we're going to give you access to Dehancer. Feel free to use it. They gave me over like a month or two to actually test it out. And yo, thank you very much, Anna of all crafts, not of some crafts. This is Anna of all of them. My goodness, that's a tall order. We're gonna have to check out your Twitch and make sure to follow you. Anna of all crafts has given us an epic raid. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do, Anna, is make sure, since you're a streamer on Twitch, I want to make sure to follow you. But my internet has just slowed down epically. Give me a second. There you are. Anna of all crafts. Thank you very much for the raid. Anna is a... Oh, let me read that shout out. Shout out to Anna for a cozy blend of crafting, photo editing, and focused co-working. Anna makes momentum with real talk, tiny wins, and creative photography journeys that keep you inspired. Tune in for warm vibes, practical craft prompts. Wow, that was a practical craft prompts. What do you call that? It's like a mini alliteration. And accountability live. Well, thank you very much. That was super awesome of you. And I've made sure to go ahead and follow you on Twitch as well. So I hopefully can catch one of your streams. I live in Dubai, so my time zone is a little bit off from most people, it seems. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure. But either way, I appreciate it. And if I can check you out, I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Yo, that's so crazy. Well, guys, thanks for being here. For counters, says Kristen, aluminum foil on the counter could be helpful. Nala, no. Don't do it. I just caught her. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Kristen. I think I've done that in the past. But the problem is I need my other cat to be able to get up to the counter and eat her food. So I'm not trying to deter her from getting up there. I just need to deter him. And the problem is he used to not jump up onto the kitchen countertop because he used to be much fatter. So when he was fatter, he just, had too much weight to hop up there. Anna of all crafts. That's a mouthful. Yo, and thank you very much. Thank you for following me on Twitch. Yo, we did officially cross over the 100 follower mark on Twitch, and we crossed 9,000 subscribers on YouTube. Was it last week or a few days ago? So much appreciated. Let me just give a quick introduction then to who I am. So I have been live streaming now 82 days. So this is our 82nd stream. And generally speaking, I try to stream every day. We did have a good streak going in the first 46 days. I did not miss a stream. And I was streaming about 5 to 7 hours. Actually, no, at the time it was about 7 hours per stream. And I am streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I decided I might as well go big and try it all at once. So what is it that I do? I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. And I started in photography about maybe 9 years ago, just as a hobby, like many people. And then I moved to Dubai from the States. I started traveling a lot more because I'm very passionate about that. And so then that helped me hone my craft as a photographer. And then in the past 3 years or so, I started realizing wildlife is one of my favorite subjects. It's just so exciting. It's a thrill. And so as I got further into wildlife photography, then after COVID hit, I decided to get really into videography as well. So I started shifting more towards short form reels, TikToks. And then in the past year and a half, I have created my YouTube channel, and I've been dedicating my time to actually learning the craft of, long form video, essay style, like, storytelling, filmmaking, and just kind of understanding the world of cinematography. And so that's kind of where we're at. And then about 3 months ago, I decided if I'm going to be at home, because I stopped traveling. I travel for about 1.5 years straight, like, every 2 weeks out of each month, or even a full month, I was traveling, which is great for my experiences. Not great for my computer because I have over 100 terabytes worth of footages that I have to get through. But once I got home at the start of the summer, I was like, okay, I got to work on all the videos now, publish it on YouTube. And if I'm at home all day just working on these videos, I might as well turn on the camera and see if I can live stream. So that's essentially what's happened. And it's been a really fun journey. I have so many learnings. I do need to make a YouTube video about my first 30 days streaming, followed by my first 60 days streaming. Sorry guys, I just I logged out of my my computer. So that means I need to restart something. I have to restart capture. There it is. And then if I switch over to here, is this frozen? I think I froze it. I do this thing occasionally. You know, like if you're a Mac user, if you hover your mouse in the bottom right or whichever corner of your screen, it will log you out of your of everything. And I unfortunately just did it one more time. So now it's I just got to refresh my browser essentially. Cool. Okay, we're back. Anyways, did I give my intro fully? So yeah, I do a lot of video stuff essentially, and I do work with a number of companies. So the one I have the biggest partnership with is Nikon. So I am I'm a photographer first. So right now I am editing some photos from Japan. That was a trip from earlier this year. I'm trying to see if I can finish all my photo edits from this trip so that I can advertise for next year. I want to take a group to Japan. This trip, I took 3 photographers with me, and we explored Hokkaido, and essentially focusing on wildlife and like the Izo Momonga, which are these flying dwarf squirrels, and then seeing the foxes, the red-crowned cranes, and all that. So anyways, I'm trying to edit to see if I can hopefully publish in time for next year. Otherwise, I'll have to focus on next year. So we'll be doing a bit of photo editing as well as video editing. Mark, man, what's up? Mark says, are you planning on keeping both the Z6 III and the ZR? Yes. Until the money gets so bad, and I'm doing my taxes right now, okay? Yeah, until I have to sell something, I don't see the reason why I shouldn't keep it. The Z6 III, I love the camera. Actually, you're going to be seeing some of the footage I captured with the Z6 III. So that's today's task. I'm basically preparing myself for my next YouTube video, which is going to be a review on Dehancer. And so as part of that, I'm just trying to pull any number of clips that are like footages that I captured from my recent travels, just to see if I can get some good sample footage that we can actually test Dehancer on. And then I want to just make sure to record my screen for it, and then, include it as part of the review video. So yeah, and also for my live stream, right now, this camera right here is using the Nikon Z6 III. And so this one here from my cat is just a standard like Logitech 4K webcam. So imagine, travel with me if you will. Imagine instead of this 4K webcam, yo, Trixie Stars, thank you very much for the follow. I'm going to assume you are one of Anna of All Crafts followers. So double thank you, Anna. I appreciate the raid. That was an awesome way to start the stream. So super appreciate it. Anna, you said quite similarly, I've become a full-time family photographer. I used to stream makers and crafting, but now I do co-working while I edit and work on my photography business. What is co-working? I saw that in your bio. Or like the way I hear, what I think of co-working might be different. So you're a full-time family photographer, and you used to stream making and arts and crafts essentially. Makers and crafting. I think that's like a category, right? I'm so new to Twitch, by the way. There's so much of the lingo I still don't understand. But you do co-working while you edit and work on my photography business. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. I like to be productive on my streams, so you will see me working on my projects while I'm streaming, and then, hopefully having fun chats with you guys. And then, yeah, it's going to be for like my YouTube channel, things like that. Yo, Trixie Stars, that's a cool emote. What is that? It's the Pix's Heart too. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Trixie, for joining the crew. If you guys want to hop into my Discord, I do have a Discord community. I just linked it in the chat. We're looking to essentially build a community of fellow creators, photographers, videographers, whatever it could be. And so you can share your content there. I can go over it on stream, all of the fun stuff. So feel free to join that. And feel free to find me on YouTube as well. That is my main priority as of the past year or so, and it's going to be going forward. Mark, you said try converting your NEV to R3D. See if you like how the files look. Oh yeah, were you the one who mentioned that to me, that there's some kind of trick to that? Okay, you know what? We'll try that. Okay, I'll as I get started, I'll do that. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to collect all the potential footages and put it into my timeline. And he said it's a category. It's essentially body doubling. What? Hold on. It's essentially body doubling? Okay, let me ask ChatGPT while we're figuring out what you mean by that. Amber, I have some lovely people that have joined the chat, including from an epic raid from someone named Anna of All Crafts. Not some, by the way. Anyways, she mentioned that she used to, or she works in a category within Twitch called makers and crafting. But she says now she does co-working while she edits and works on her photography business. And when I asked what is that co-working, she said it's essentially body doubling, and I should look up co-working and studying. Could you help me understand that while I also Google this myself?
Absolutely.
Kristen says, I have no
the
memory in
whole
my phone to
idea of
download the app.
co-working
Oh,
or
nice.
body doubling in that sense is basically like a virtual work-along session. You've got people who are just doing their own thing, editing, crafting, working on their projects, and they're all kind of hanging out in a shared online space. It's a little like having a virtual study buddy. Even though everyone's working on their own task, just knowing that someone else is there can keep you motivated, focused, and it can feel a lot less lonely, especially if you're working on solo projects. So that's the gist of it. It's kind of like a virtual productivity hangout.
Yo, that's actually, wait, that's kind of cool. Wait, so what does that mean? So while you're live streaming, you like collab with other streamers, but you guys are all just kind of chilling and doing your work? Hold on a second. That's so cool. Wait, I think that's cool. Wonder if it would work on Chromebook? Ask Kristen. For Wait, Kristen, what do you ask? What would work on Chromebook? I'm so lost now. I've become so lost as I'm trying to learn what is this body doubling co-working concept. Anna says, tell ChatGPT I do Pomodoro. Okay, hold on. What is that? Pomodoro. Just to add to this whole co-working concept, the individual in question who enlightened me about co-working says that she does Pomodoro while she does co-working. And someone else says it's cool from the viewer's perspective too, because they can use prompts to add tasks. So they can make to-do lists and check things off as they go. What? Oh, okay, can you break that down for me, Amber?
Absolutely. So let's break it down.
Oh,
a
Kristen,
bit.
yes,
The
I do have to.
Pomodoro
I'm
part
paying,
they're
I think, like
talking
$30 a month for
about is basically
ChatGPT.
the Pomodoro technique. It's a time management method where you work in focused intervals, usually around 25 minutes, and then take a short break. So if she's doing that while co-working, it means everyone's kind of working in these little time blocks together, and then they all take a breather at the same time. It makes it feel like you're working in sync with other people. And then the other cool part is that viewers can actually join in by adding tasks or making little to-do lists alongside the streamer. So it's kind of interactive. Everyone who's watching can feel like they're part of the productivity party and check things off together. So it's a neat way to turn that solo work time into a little community vibe.
Wait, well, this sounds so interesting. But wait, okay, how would this work for my live streams? Just so I can figure out the context of this. So walk me through this. Let's say I want to become a body doubling coworker on Twitch. So then does that mean I have to join a specific community, or I have to choose that as an option of my live streaming category? And then if I do that, do I just do my typical live stream, but then somehow other people can access my live stream, or it's like a collaboration where I have to accept some other coworkers to collab with during my live streams? And then what does it like split the VOD, or like does it create two visuals? Yo, okay, now I'm just getting more lost. Help me out, please.
Absolutely. It can sound a bit like
Anna
a
says you have a
rabbit hole at
bot
first,
where
so
you
let me
add your
break it down.
tasks in chat.
Basically on Twitch, you would
add
pick a
theirs.
category like makers and crafting, or even something like just chatting or co-working and studying. That kind of sets the vibe that, hey, I'm here to do some productive work and you're welcome to join in. From there, it's actually pretty flexible. You're just doing your usual live stream, like working on your own projects, editing, or whatever you do, and viewers can pop in and work alongside you. It's not like a formal collaboration where you have to accept other streamers into your stream. It's more that everyone's just hanging out virtually in your chat and doing their own thing while you're doing yours. And if you want to get fancy, you can let viewers add little tasks or to-do lists through chat prompts. But it's all pretty chill and informal. So you're just creating a space where people can come in, watch you work, and feel motivated to do their own tasks at the same time.
Okay. I'm kind of getting it, but I'm not at the same time. This sounds like something where I need to hop open like a YouTube video and see what this is. So this says task list. Oh wait, sorry. So Anna, you said you just have a bot where you add your tasks and chat can add their tasks too, and we go through it together. Sometimes I show my work. The bot is called Super Sweet Bot. Yo, what a name. Super Sweet Bot. Super Sweet Bot. It's even got the little glitters on the sides. Nice. Start co-working on Twitch now. Just click here to start co-working. Okay. Well, listen, Anna, I have no idea what this is, but if there's like some kind of affiliate thing that you want me to click on, if that helps you, let me know, and then I'll check it out. Otherwise, interesting. So you set up a task, and then it would show up on my overlay, I guess, and then other people create their tasks, so then everyone just kind of has a collective list based on each user. Okay, this is helping. I am definitely a visual learner. I'm like mentally, whatever you want to say when it comes to normal learning. Visual can help me. All right, I got you. And then you set the timer, so everyone sets their tasks essentially. Timers, universal timer, and then hopefully everyone gets their tasks done. I see. Oh, that looks nice. Wait, that looks really slick. So then this would have to be overlaid. So let's say if I'm editing, oh, okay, it's kind of similar to what I do now, where usually I'll have my like Lightroom or my video editing tools over here on one side, and then I can have this ChatGPT thing off to the side here, or whatever, music listing. Okay. Who is this for? Okay. Yo, Anna, you are blowing my mind with this world on Twitch that I didn't know existed. My God. Super Sweet Bot. I can't forget that name, can I? But just in case, let me write it down. Super Sweet Bot. But yeah, Kristen, I don't know if you could hear me earlier. I mentioned, I think I'm paying like $30 a month for ChatGPT, if I'm not mistaken. You're way overthinking it? Oh, little do you know. What do they say? Sweet summer child. Anna, if there's one thing I do all the time, it is overthinking. I don't think there's a single thing in my life that I don't overthink, except for ordering Italian food at an Italian restaurant. That's probably the only, of all the things in life to think about, ordering at an Italian restaurant is probably the thing that I do actually just simplify. I see the menu, none of it makes sense to me. I see the word antipasti and pasti or whatever else, and then I see there's like 1,000 different types of noodles or pastas, and so I've learned just to ask the chef or the waiter, you have gnocchi? And they're like, yeah, of course we have gnocchi. I'm like, I'll have that. And usually they only have one option for gnocchi, so then it's like boom, boom, done. No time wasted. Everything else in life, I actually do overthink, and it's a blessing and a curse in some ways. I'm proud of the fact that I overthink because it tends to mean that I'll have fewer typos or errors, or I'll just, properly put something together, especially in the content creation world. I'm always proud of my content that I create. I still make mistakes, but usually I put a lot of thought into it. But it's a curse because obviously you wasted a lot of time, or it takes too much time. Johnny says, but thank you very much. Oh, I didn't read the rest of it. You said, you're way overthinking it. See, if you wanted proof of the fact that I overthink things, and there's probably other adjectives you can describe me as, but I only read the first sentence of that comment, and I stopped to overanalyze what you said. So you said, you're way overthinking it. You already do it. Just add the bot and add the category. It also helps if you want to actually do focus work and say, for the next 50 minutes, I'll do editing, then chat for the break. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That just reminded me. I'm kind of proud of myself for this other thing too. I spent today calling a bunch of different clinics, and I have an appointment. It was supposed to be for tomorrow. I have an appointment with a psychiatrist in a few days. So it started off as kind of a joke, and during one of my live streams, I took one of the ADHD assessments, like the online stuff, and I don't take it too seriously, but it's always been something in the back of my mind, wondering if I have some form of ADHD. I never thought that I actually had ADHD, because the way I think of it, I think it's like someone who gets too easily distracted. And while that could be true sometimes, for me as always, I know I can get hyper focused on a single task. I can work on one thing or one objective for like hours on end. I can forget about eating, sleeping, whatever else. So I just assumed that can't describe me. Anyways, ultimately, it sounds like I might have ADHD. At the very least, what's the harm in talking to a doctor and seeing if that's true? So I'll see a psychiatrist, and then maybe I have to take something called a psychometric test or something like that. I don't know. Whatever my insurance will allow. So, and then maybe that will also help me stay focused. So then I can use Super Sweetbot to stay focused on time, and then I can use the drugs that the doctor gives me to also do that. Johnny said, what Anna of all crafts said, you just do what you're doing now. It just gives chat a chance to work with you. As a chatter, I would just add ! task. Oh, I like these command things. Oh, that's so cool. So you would add ! task, edit photos, and then my to-do list will pop up in chat. And when I'm done, I just type done. Yo, wait, that's so cool. But it's only for Twitch, it sounds like, yeah? Which is not a problem, but obviously I would love if there's if this was available across all the platforms. But anyways, we'll double check this. Kristen says, gotta head out. Have a productive day. Well, thank you very much, Kristen. I do appreciate it. And it sounds like being productive is the name of the game today. So I will try my best. Habib Kolawole. What a name. Habib Kolawole says, lols, hope you're not still overthinking hiring an editor. Yes, I am. Thank you for reminding me. I did just put out a job listing on YT, what is it called? YTjobs.com, I think. Or YT posting? YT jobs? Is it YT jobs? Yeah, YT jobs. So, I really need an editor, and I just need a quality one that knows how to work effectively as a group. Anyways, a bunch of things. Anna, you said I have raging ADHD. Is that a medical diagnosis, or is that part of that, what do they call it, the DM7 something or whatever? I would love for my doctor to tell me that I have raging ADHD. My God. I'd walk out of there like kind of proud of myself. Pomodoro helps a lot. Okay, so you use Pomodoro. Oh, I see what you're saying. So Pomodoro is a technique. And then I just happened to click on something called Promo Focus. It's a type of a Pomo. Why is that word what it is? Is this like a Japanese word? What is the origin of the word Pomodoro, and how do you pronounce it, and why do I not like it?
Yeah, so the word pomodoro actually comes from the Italian word for tomato. And it got that name because the person who invented the pomodoro technique used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer to break his work into intervals. So that's why it's called pomodoro. And the pronunciation is basically pomodoro. As for why you might not like it, well, maybe the name just doesn't click for you, or the idea of timing yourself in little tomato intervals just feels a bit odd.
Wow, look at her psychoanalyzing me. That's for the doctor on Thursday. I think Thursday or Wednesday. No, the medical term is combined ADHD. Combined ADHD? Well, I mean, I was joking, but I would still like to be called a raging ADHDer. And you said it's an Italian word for tomato. Gotcha. Otamote. Tomato. Pomodoro. I think it's just because I keep wanting to say pomo. Well, yeah, okay. I know why I hate it. Because, like, am I supposed to pronounce each syllable the same way? So should it be pomodoro? Or is it... But then the problem is when I first see the word, I think of palm first. Like a Pomeranian, maybe? I don't know why. So then I'm like, palm, but then I know for a fact it can't be Pomodoro. So then I know I messed it up. And then by the time I started saying the word out loud, it's too late for me to then switch. So then it becomes Pomodoro. But then I feel like it should be Pomodoro. Okay, anyways. Here's another example of me overthinking. You're welcome. what were we supposed to be doing? So if I had been using Pomodoro, I'd be way off already because I've been doing nothing. I haven't been productive in the past. To be honest, I haven't been productive the entire stream so far. When do we start? This stream has been going on for almost 1 hour, 58 minutes. My goodness. And oh wait, also, okay, I have another question. Anna, if you have the answer, I'm sure you do, but I think, you know what, maybe ChatGPT also told me this already. For the Pomodoro technique, is it a specific time that they set? So is it like 25 minutes? And if that is the answer, why 25 minutes or whatever the time limit is set to? Or does it not matter at all?
Yeah, so the classic Pomodoro technique is usually around 25 minutes of focused work and then about a 5-minute break. And after you do a few of those cycles, like maybe 4 of them, you take a longer break, like 15 or 30 minutes. And the reason for that 25-minute mark is just that it's kind of a sweet spot for a lot of people. It's long enough to get something done, but not so long that you lose focus or get mentally tired. But honestly, it is flexible. If you want to do 30 minutes or 20 minutes, you can adjust it. It's really just about having a set chunk of focus time and then a break to keep your brain fresh.
All right, we just learned something new. Johnny says, this is why I'm not sure I'm going to stream while I work again. I didn't get much done. I like bothering other people while they work too. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not complaining. For me... Hold on one second. Let me read the rest. You can set your own time. I do 50-minute focus and 10-minute break. Especially streaming to multiple platforms, I can see how it'd be hard to get anything done. Well, you know what? It's almost like you're gonna pull a Gandhi or a Jesus or I don't know, someone selfless. It's like you're saying, look, I will become the stream that you tune into where you can be productive, and I will not be as the streamer. Because I'm here to somewhat entertain or, you know, keep everyone the cohesive glue. So you take the sacrifice where you may not actually be more productive versus if you're not streaming, but you're doing something good for the masses. All right. You're turning that water into one. No, that wouldn't make sense. But I think, you know, it's been what, 3 months of me live streaming. And I would say that generally speaking, I am fairly productive. So for example, in the first 26 days of my live stream, actually sooner than that. But anyways, the point is I used every one of those live streams to make my YouTube video. So it took about 20 plus days, but you actually got to see the entire behind the scenes of how I created one of my YouTube videos start to finish. Actually, let me just pop it open here because I need to work on episode 2 now. Where did I put it? Mongolia. So this video was created entirely during my live stream sessions. And it ended up being about 16 minutes long. It's like a travel vlog. So a lot of the videos that I need to create for my YouTube channel, it's mainly catching up on the past 2 years of traveling. And so I'm trying to find cinematic ways and entertaining ways to share the places I've been to around the world. And so I really actually found editing this on live streams super helpful. I was productive, but then also we had so many people chiming in who helped me out. Everything from like fixing my audio stuff, my microphone stuff, to like suggestions on font choice, because apparently you're not supposed to like Papyrus, and apparently I shouldn't tell people that I like Papyrus. But yeah,
there are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Anna says,
Welcome back.
Welcome back, yes. Anna says, I'm going to leave you a lurk and go pick up my toddler from nursery so I can take him to the forest. What? Forest and film him. Oh, I see. You said film him in his Hobbit Halloween costume because priorities. Yo. I don't really celebrate holidays, I'm not going to lie. I totally forgot. It's Halloween what? Is it always the 31st of October? Is that how it works? That's how much I don't celebrate stuff, apparently. I don't celebrate my own birthday, to be fair, so. But that's crazy. Oh, yeah, Hobbit. You know what? Instead of making him a Hobbit, because he's a kid, so I imagine if you made him like a, what's his name? Hagrid? It would just be funny because you see a tiny toddler dressed up as like one of the biggest characters in the film. Anyways, that sounds great. Well, thank you again, Anna. Thank you for the lurk, and I appreciate, obviously, all the time you spent sharing how I could be better with my time, aka hashtag Pomodoro. And thank you again for the epic raid. That was super nice of you. Enjoy. Habibi. Do I call you Habibi? Habib Kolowole. All right. Habibi says, enjoying it though. It's my Pomodoro break. Now you're distracting me with the film. Ah, gotcha. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It was just meant to show, like, you know, I was pretty productive, right? It did take a while because I am slow with my editing, and I was just having fun with it too. But ultimately, it ended up making the entire thing, and it's like, honestly, at least multipliers of like 10 times, at least 10 times better quality because of the fact that I did it live streamed and had so many people chime in with suggestions, you know, like feedback to just keep making it punchier and punchier. So there's no reason for me to change that strategy. I enjoying it, doing it on live stream. And also you eventually build up a community, or you find people who find this interesting, which is great. So yeah, a double whammy. And then I'll play my favorite part, which is towards the end. Yo, what's up, Kavaitsu, and BC? Good morning and afternoon to you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Enjoying it though. It's my Pomodoro. So we learned a new word, Kavai and BC. It's called Pomodoro, and it's something I'm gonna apply to my streams going forward. Apparently, there's like a category on Twitch for co-working. So I need to explore that. So Anna, shout out to Anna of All Crafts, who gave us the super raid this morning. Sorry, I say this morning. What am I talking about? It's 7 p.m. Anyways, the start of my stream, and told me I should download this bot called Super Sweet Bot, and it would let me and the chatters create a collective to-do list and then set a timer so then people can be productive. I've never heard of this concept. I think it's so cool. So I need to explore this probably off stream. But anyways, that's what we got going there. Oh, should I join? Is it too late? Oh, damn it, it's too late. Okay, anyways, I'll play my favorite part of this. We spent so much time on live streams trying to figure out the right music choice for each of these chapters.
While ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain.
And I was really happy with this sound.
Was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves.
And this is my trip to Mongolia, episode 1. I'm working on episode 2 shortly. And this is like from my first trip there, and it hit like negative 40 degrees during my time there, and it ultimately ended up even killing one of their horses. And then I remember we discovered a way
In
to
the
make...
storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by...
Okay, I'll pause it real quick there. So, there's so many proud moments. I would love to go back and like just kind of look at the whole behind the scenes of how we made this video. But I remember one of the things I was so excited in the moment was when we finally, after like finding it so challenging, when I found the right soundtrack, and then usually I want the soundtrack to end at the end of each chapter, let's say, or just when the moment's over. And I happened to find another soundtrack that was in the exact same key that was, it felt like almost like one soundtrack. So right now, as this chapter starts, it was the start of the second song, but I was really happy that ultimately we ended up finding two tracks that worked blended together, and you can't even tell, right? It would just feel like it's just one song the whole way through.
In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly.
Oh, and then we even tried making each
Witnessing
chapter...
their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel. To see and share.
I remember, so that was one of the other challenges on this one, was making each chapter have a different color grading style. So I was using like different type of LUTs and just kind of the effects. So then each chapter felt like its own space, if you will. So yeah, anyway, so the point is that it is possible to be productive on live streams, although I think of late I've been a bit more non-productive and more, entertaining or enjoying just doing nothing almost. Nothing wrong with that, but I do need to balance it out. So I think this Pomodoro thing, I need to like look into this further. So anyways, let's put the music back on. Habibi says, wow, just looks so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we got someone named Moss Unfiltered says, sup man. I say sup man back at ya, bro. I'm not your bro, guy. Thanks for being here. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, just quick thing. So BC and Kavai, I said it earlier in the stream, but I'm not going to be testing out Musicbed for today. I'm hoping my contact at Musicbed is on PTO. So hopefully she enjoys her vacation. She's supposed to be back tomorrow. So I'm hoping I should be able to catch her and get the copyright situation fixed, because it's just so freaking frustrating that every one of my live streams, as I test out Musicbed, I get hit with every number of copyright strikes. So I just said, F it. Let me just wait until she can resolve it for me, and then I'll proceed with Musicbed. So yeah, while I enjoy it so much, I do want to keep listening to more songs from Musicbed. I just don't want to have to keep dealing with this stupid copyright stuff. So we're back to our chill music from Artlist. And here's today's task. I am going through all of these random footages across all of my hard drives that I have in front of me to just find any number of interesting clips that are in different lighting conditions or different subjects, so that I can use it for my upcoming Dehancer review. So if we have a number of like cinematic looking shots, maybe like overexposed, or maybe not overexposed, but like a super bright outdoor environment versus like a low light situation versus a close-up of a wildlife versus a portraiture. I just want to have a bunch of these clips ready, and so as I make my Dehancer review, those will become what I screen record as I show the effects of Dehancer on these sample footages. So I'm just collecting a bunch of them that could be of use, and I want to make sure I grab them from like different trips, different environments. So even something like this could be nice. It's obviously shooting in broad daylight. You've got some like very warm tones going on here in the sky. So let me drag this guy in. I'm not your buddy friend, says Moss Unfiltered. Yo, I've been rewatching, I guess, South Park for the past, I think like 2 weeks. And it's taken me so long because holy shit, how many how many seasons do they got? And right now I think I've reached season 17, so I've officially finally gotten to the season where I stopped watching, because you know, like at some point I just didn't have time to watch it. So apparently season 17 is where I just never got to keep up with it. So I don't know if that means I'm close to being done or not. I honestly have no idea, because it's been years since I watched South Park, but they're still making new content. So I'm like, holy shit, do I have like 10 more seasons to go or something? I have no idea. But South Park is always one of the best. I grew up with it. So good. Moss, you said I got... Oh, King. What's up, King? Kruk says, we need to go back to Mongolia. Yes, I would love to. Actually, oh, wait. My contact from Mongolia reached out to me recently. I've been so swamped. I didn't respond to him. Hold on a second. Hi, my friend. Good to hear from you. Okay, hopefully that buys me some time, because I don't have time to respond to his messages, but at least he knows I responded with one thing without responding to his questions or his messages. Anyways, Moss, you said, but yes, King, I do want to go back to Mongolia. There's so many cool stories there that needs to be told, and I need to do it soon, because everyone is going to Mongolia. Everyone is capturing those stories. So if I really want to make sure I'm ahead of the curve, probably the sooner the better, is what I'll say. I got what you meant about the different chapters, says Moss. It's great for the color psychology. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there wasn't like a real reason behind it, or like a, what do you call it? There was no intent behind it besides just, I thought it'd be interesting just to, you know, break things up. I don't know if that's like proper technique or anything like that. It was just more like, hey, as I'm learning how to be better at color grading, might as well, keep testing it out. So yeah, like I had downloaded a bunch of LUTs from Lens Distortions, and so I was just kind of playing around with them. I wasn't able to use Dehancer on episode 1 of Mongolia, but if you check out my latest videos on YouTube, including my Nikon ZR review video, and is it this one? Let me see. Yeah, so even this one. Oh yeah, I used it in the very beginning. Hold on. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife. So even this was from Dehancer. So this, I don't know what you call this, but they have a few of these kind of creative visual effects that replicates kind of like the film look. So I used a bit of that. Obviously, I made it look very grainy and noisy. I used a few of the different like bloom halation stuff. So yeah. Travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form. Same thing here, but just in vertical. Moved into YouTube for vlogging. Here I didn't use anything. Now I'm fumbling my way. And then here I went back to using a bit of Dehancer. But I think that's exactly why. And then I think in the trailer, I believe I used it across everything. So you'll see a bit of like that, the bloom effect. So a bit of like that glow. Here as well, you see it on the eye. That one definitely. Where was it? Whoops, I missed it. This guy. Yeah, I think I turned it on so you get a bit more of that glowy effect on the where the sunlight's hitting. You can see that red. I think that comes from the halation effect. I could be wrong. Listen, I don't know. We're still learning what these words really mean. It's a proper technique, says Mos. Gotcha. Oh, sorry, I missed a few things. Habibi says, going back to work and putting you back in the background. Putting me back in the background? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Isn't that what they say? Need to round up this client video so I can rest and watch the sunset. Well, you got your priorities straight. Good on you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you leaving me in the background. All of it helps my channel. So if you're on the YouTube side, make sure to hit that like button on the live stream VOD. I think all of that does help. So every little bit counts for a small streamer like me. The goal is to hit 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So in order to do that, I do need to publish a bit more. I need to publish some videos soon. But yeah, I think it's an achievable goal, right? So it'll be fun if we can hit 10K by then. So I appreciate it. Kavai, you said artless music doesn't give copyright strikes. Also, how do you find the motivation to edit heavy work from long ago like this project you're working on right now? So to your first question, occasionally, every once in a while, I will get a copyright strike on my YouTube channel, but usually once I dispute it, it goes away. Generally speaking, they do a good job of just making sure I don't get hit with anything. Same with lens distortions. Same with Epidemic Sound. I just haven't used them as much. But it's because I have a subscription with them. I'm whitelisted. You know, I have my YouTube channel whitelisted and all that. I did the same thing with Musicbed, but I think maybe the issue stems from the fact that they gave me like a trial version so that I could test it, right? So possibly that's causing some random issues where, you know, I don't know. I don't know. So, because the goal is obviously once I'm whitelisted on their platform, if I'm playing the music, it should be fine. But we'll see. We'll see. And then your second question, how do I find motivation? Well, you know what? I'm not going to lie. I think the live streaming does help with the motivation. Because it's, let's say, for example, I have over a year's worth of travels that I need to catch up on. So, like, we're looking at these footages from what? This is Sri Lanka of March 2024. So, that's over a year ago. And I have all these footages from this trip that I haven't gotten through. So while I'm working on this, it's kind of cool if there are people like you guys who might be seeing me work on this and you're going to be like asking questions. I get to like relive the travel, kind of share my highlights, my thoughts, if I still remember it. It's been so long ago. So there's a bit of like the fun aspect of like getting to share with you guys the behind the scenes as I'm putting the videos together. And then even if you guys weren't here, I don't know. And this is where I think I do have the opposite of ADHD or whatever it'd be called. But I can get very hyper-focused on things that could be considered boring or whatever. But like I enjoy it. I feel like there's something I'm pursuing, right? I'm not just like randomly going through this. I'm doing this for a reason, right? So as long as I have that goal in mind, the task that I do doesn't really faze me so much. And if it's a bit boring, even better, because I like to multitask. So imagine if I wasn't streaming to you guys, as I'm doing a simple task like going through each of these footages, seeing which ones I need to drag over into like a folder here, I'd be listening to South Park. I'd be, you know, I'd have one screen turned on with South Park. I might have my phone in front of me on YouTube or like scrolling through social media, Twitter stuff, news, current events. So I just find everything can be fun. I just fill up the brain with random tasks so that I feel like I'm being productive always. I hope that answered your question. Moss says, also, if you want to, you can go into OBS if you have a sound splitter. I don't even know what that is. If you have a sound splitter like SteelSeries, and when the VOD of the streams are saved, they don't keep the audio, but you hear it while live. Oh, yeah. There's some really smart people so there's someone named Photo Elite, there's someone named Maple Glades. I think they're both like OGs when it comes to Twitch streamers for like photography stuff, things like that. Anyways, they have Maple Glades has a community, and he's shared a lot of information, including what you're mentioning. I didn't know about SteelSeries, but he was sharing how you can like create different audio channels such that when you are streaming, music comes through, but then on the VOD it doesn't. So it's not a bad idea. Ideally, I just get licensed. You know, if I have a license, I would prefer that it just works as expected. Worst case, I guess, yeah, I can make it so it doesn't go to the VOD, but then it just makes it boring, in my opinion. Or like I want to hear music while I'm talking, right? Or I can imagine if someone's watching my stream and it's just dead silence and just my voice, versus like if you've got music playing and my voice, as long as the music's good, right? And I am hand selecting all the music, so I would hope that you guys enjoy the music I play. I don't know. But yeah, thank you. I get what you're saying. I should look into that. That could be like the worst case scenario. I might have to do that. You remember watching South Park on their official website for free? Oh yeah, I know. What the hell? I was so annoyed. They had like 17 seasons back then. Oh, okay. It's proper technique. Gotcha. We need to eat like Genghis Khan and document just like Mr. Khan. Who's Mr. Khan? Yeah, the Mongolian food. I mentioned it before, but it's damn good. It's a lot of basically it's what I like, protein and carbs. A lot of rice or like sticky noodle kind of thing with a shit ton of every type of animal, livestock meat. I don't think I had camel meat, but I had like horse meat, goat, sheep, beef, yak meat. We had it all. Okay. Do we have enough from this day? I think so. Let's keep going. That probably called a lens flare. Different colors influence the mind to feel emotions. Yeah, I agree. It combines with music and SFX to evoke emotion. Yeah, you know what? I didn't realize how important music was until I was like starting to make Instagram Reels. And man, there's something when you find a catchy tune with a nice beat drop, and when you mix it in with the right visuals at the right synchronized time, it just like it definitely is a multiplier effect of just the entertainment factor. So I had so much fun. It's been a while since I've been like consistently making Instagram Reels, and I honestly feel like it's an art form. I seriously treated it that way. It was never like I ever made my Instagram Reels where you just spend, you know, an hour putting it together. Sometimes I would spend like the full day or a couple days trying to figure out the right way to put like 3 to 5 seconds of something together. And to me, it's like in some ways more tough than longer form content creation. Because like for short form, all of it is meant to be for virality, right? You're making the short form most likely because you're trying to get a lot of people to watch it and spread. Because there's a whole, I feel like that's a whole market of short form content. So you have to find a way to make every second juicy, you know? Okay, these shots could work. I think I have a bunch of people shots already though. So let's keep going for now. Oh yeah, I took a bunch of footages for some like tourists when this is in Sri Lanka, so when they stick out from the train. So I did a bunch of these. Haven't shared it yet. Yo, what's up, Nico? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, Nico. Hopefully you're doing well. I forget if you said you had an exam or you're studying for one now or coming up. Oh wait, I know the perfect clip that I want to edit. It's from Vietnam. Okay, I have to find it. It's a clip that I took of my friend that I was traveling with, and we were watching the train pass right by us. Because there's like that one street in one of the towns in Vietnam where the train passes through a narrow alley. It like cuts through an alleyway, and you've got shops on either side. And so everyone basically has to hug the wall as the train passes you. So it's very like a famous whatever moment or area. So I took a nice footage of her as the train's passing, like a nice cinematic moment. Okay, so I'll have to keep that in mind. We're going to find it and add it in. It's from a different trip, so we'll see where it is. Habibi says, do you work with music stems? They are a game changer. The coolest shit ever. Yeah, and you know what? That was my main critique with Musicbed so far, is that they don't seem to have that stem concept in the same way. They do have like instrumentals, so that's good. And like the music quality has been very high production. So like in some ways I can see where it may not be as necessary. However, what I really like about lens distortions, which is one of the other platforms that I use, unfortunately I do not have an affiliate link with them or anything like that, but I still shout them out. They can let you download all of the stems, and that's been fantastic. Super, super awesome for... actually, the past few videos I made on my YouTube channel was using lens distortions, and it absolutely it was because I was able to break it up into the stems to get out, like, you know, I didn't need the percussion, or sometimes they have like some electric guitar or the stringed instruments doesn't work in a certain area and you just cut it out. Nico says it was on Saturday. Okay, that's what I thought, but I was like, wait, would you be taking an exam on the weekend? So I was like, huh. What am I editing today? I am, what am I editing? Basically, because I'm taking a break from Musicbed just because I kept getting copyright struck by them, so I'm waiting to get that fixed before I proceed. I'm spending my time working on my Dehancer product review. So I've been working on the script of it and like the structure, and one of the things I needed to do pretty soon is figure out what are the actual raw clips that I want to be showing, like, you know, screen record as I kind of walk through how I use Dehancer on these like sample clips. So I'm looking through a bunch of my footages from my trip to see if there's any really cool shots that we can use to obviously keep things exciting as well, like hopefully keep someone watching the video just because there's a really cool looking shot. So I don't know, whatever's possible. So that's what we're working on, and if we have some time or if I get bored, I still need to get through all of my photos from Japan. So yeah, we'll do a bit of photo editing and video editing as we feel. It was on, oh yeah, sorry. Have you voted in the streamer awards yet? I have not. Am I supposed to? Am I gonna get punished by Twitch if I don't? Yo!
What's up?
There it is. Wow, that took so long. What voice was that? You know what? Let's update our TTS streamer voice. What's up, Kevin? Yo, it's been a while. Good to see you, man. Habibi says... Oh, wait, sorry. Nico, you asked what does Dehancer do? Dehancer is the effect... okay, take everything I say with a little bit of a grain of salt, because there are people who can explain it better than me. But essentially, it's a film emulation software. So they use a lot of different... basically, what they do is they replicate the look of film, and they use a bunch of real film stock profiles, so like actual cameras that were used back in the day, and then they kind of replicate the look and feel of a bunch of those profiles. And it's a plugin that goes into all of the editing softwares. It works in Lightroom for photos, but I was using it for video. And some of the main tools that some people would use would be things like adding a bunch of like graininess to the shot to make it look more like old school vintage, adding these kind of like film damage effects, the bloom effect and the halation effect, things like that kind of makes the lighting kind of glow a bit, which I guess were features of old school film. So anyways, even in this shot right here, you can see I was using a bunch of graininess. You can see there's a bit of a halo effect around the subject. The lighting is a bit softer and like kind of glowy-ish. And I think I was also using a... So yeah, anyways, Dehancer does that, but it also works for color grading. So if you want to actually do like some nice presets or like, you know, make a certain style of colors, you can use it to actually do that as well. So for like your final creative look and feel, this plugin helps you with that. So really powerful tool. And so in case you weren't aware, Dehancer had reached out to me over a month ago and asked if I would be willing to test out their software. And they had no stipulation besides, look, we'll give you access to the subscription for, I think I have until the rest of the year, maybe. I'm not sure. But anyways, I have it temporarily to try out. And in return, all they asked for was an honest review. So yeah, that's what I'm working on now, because I've been really enjoying Dehancer. I used it as proof. I used it on a number of my recent projects. So yeah, now I'm just trying to put it all together, make a nice little product review, talk about the best features, what is my workflow, some of my frustrations or like considerations for them in terms of what they can fix. And then I think I'll also provide a few LUTs that I create to them. So yeah, anyways. Kevin says, hello, friend. Yes, amigo. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you've been well. It's been a while. Habibi says, I use... Oh, wait, I was supposed to change my TTS voice. You know what? I don't think I ever gave... I don't think I gave this couple the footage I took of them. Not that it was anything crazy. It was just like... Just filming them... chilling. Yeah, it's just whatever footage. Habib says, Dehancer makes my laptop freeze and editing slow, so was forced to learn how to color grade myself. Still learning though. Yeah, that is one of the problems with some of these softwares, is that it's just heavy, right? So you need the right you need the right PC or whatever to be able to like process all these effects. So yeah, especially with video. Let's change the voice, shall we? So we were using Homer Simpson voice. What should we use? Johnny? Who's Johnny?
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
Why does that sound like Keanu Reeves? What is called Johnny?
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
As in like John Wick? I don't know. Javier.
Lavar cerdos con jabón es perder tiempo y jabón.
Gobble.
He had a vague sense that trees gave birth to dinosaurs.
Is there like a Halloween themed one? What can I find? Spooky.
Once upon a time, there was a girl, and the girl had a shadow that always stared at me.
Okay, we'll go with spooky for the holiday spirits, shall we? There we go. Keanu probably sent them a cease and desist. Yeah, it's like a. I remember. Okay, one time, this is years ago, I visited Bethlehem, and I remember they had a storefront called Stars and Bucks. I think it was spelled like Stars and Bucks. There's a few others, but I don't remember them. And they literally had the same logo, virtually the same logo as like the Starbucks lady in the green whatever background. But they just, all they did was change it to Stars and Bucks. And I was like, yo. But the thing is, like, what is Starbucks going to do? Like, actually go out to that area and, like, try to, you know. You say, you make me want to do editing streams. Yo, I absolutely recommend it. You know, I've been having so much fun. Honestly, so much fun doing it. I think, like, streaming in general, it sounded very daunting. I mean, it still is pretty daunting as a concept, but I'm very happy that I stuck with it because one, apparently I have the energy to talk for, 7 hours about nothing. It's like, it's a superpower for sure. And I did that in my corporate job anyways, so I was like, I kind of knew I could do it. But yeah, if you can talk for a long time about nothing and be okay with it, then absolutely, I would say be a streamer. However, I think being a streamer, I don't know. Being a streamer is like anything else, I guess. But I see all the time what's going on in the streamer world, and it's like, I am obviously not much older, but I'm like in my early 30s. So it's not like I'm one of these up and coming, Gen Zers, let's say. But it does feel a little bit like the reputation of being a streamer is not the best. A lot of dramatic people. It feels like all the ones who make it successfully, like 8 out of 10 chance. If you are a big streamer, you're also kind of a douchebag. So I don't know. I don't know how true that is. Like if I continue doing this, does it turn you into a douchebag or does it just attract, terrible people? Because I'm assuming it's the latter because you have to be in front of a camera all the time. So there's a bit of like narcissism that you can imagine comes with it. I swear to you guys, I'm not narcissistic. I swear also, I don't actually like being in front of the camera. If I could, I absolutely would prefer being someone else's cameraman versus being the subject. However, it was the name of the game as I started traveling. You just have to be in front of the camera at times to tell a story, to add a bit of a human component to it. And I don't, unfortunately, have a sexy girlfriend or a partner that I could leverage to be the subject. And I can't travel with my cats. So unfortunately, all I was left with is doing selfies of myself. So, but yeah, streaming, why not? Try it out. Let me catch up. You said it's a role he played in Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, I played that a long time ago. I didn't know he was called Johnny. Okay. There's a crazy story about Burger King. In one state, a mom and pop's Burger King operates under that trademark freely. Oh, so there's something called Burger King that's not part of the franchise? Interesting. In Illinois, I stand corrected. Burger King can't operate or advertise within 20 miles radius. Yo, so they actually won? That's hilarious. Good on them. Being in front of the camera is hard. You already stream and make a little money, so you know how it goes. Oh, nice, man. Well, good on you. I think being in front of a camera is not hard per se. I don't know. I think starting off as a streamer, it just depends on, like, I guess how much. I think some people take things personally in life, right? And I'm one of those people that I've dealt with a lot of loss in my life, like defeat, let's call it. And that could be in the form of rejection, and not to say like from a dating angle. I just mean like rejection, whether it could be like from schooling, sports, life stuff. I've dealt with a lot of defeats where you lose on the big stage, you get disappointed, you don't get what you want, right? And I think it's valuable to learn at a young age, in the right amount of doses. But thankfully I survived it. And so definitely you build up a bit of resilience, and you're comfortable being in a world where you don't get what you want, or just losing, let's say. So like the thought of, when I decided I'm going to go live stream, the thought of like streaming to 0 people, even if it was like over a month of nothing, there's like to me, there'd be like no shame in that. There would be it'd be disappointing, but not like devastatingly so. It was more just like, oh, I tried it out and I realized it's difficult for these reasons. It's not for me, whatever. Nobody was interested. Okay, fair enough. And then you move on, right? You don't take it to heart. It's just not everything's for everyone. So, but if you're the type of person who takes, I'm not going to say it's like an ego thing. There's like something else that probably describes this, because it's like a very natural feeling. But if you do feel a bit more emotionally about things like that, if you're seeing that nobody finds value in anything you do, and you're streaming to nobody and you have to like talk to an empty screen or to a wall, first like determine, are you okay with that? Are you okay spending a month talking to nobody? And if so, then okay, try it out. There's obviously more to it than just that, but anyways. Kevin, you said 1968. There was a case called Burger King of Florida versus Hoots. What the? I'm not obnoxious, so I don't really attract many viewers, but the people... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Hold on. I'm not obnoxious, so I don't really attract many viewers, but the people that do come are cool, and a little extra money every month to pay the Wi-Fi bill is a plus. Yeah, absolutely. It's like having realistic expectations, and also that helps to not feel so disappointed. You set the bar low sometimes, because then when you overachieve, you feel that much better, right? Just be realistic with things, I guess. I'm not sure if you need to be obnoxious, though, to have more viewers. I'm assuming there's a few things. I get what you're saying. And there's definitely a few things that are like cheat codes, or they absolutely can help you build up a following. One, your personality, right? Just who are you? Are you entertaining enough on your own? What do you look like, right? Are you super attractive? Do you have a deep voice, or like a radio voice? Do you have a nice setup? Do you have a lot of money? Which then can also attract people. I don't know. There's so many like things, and all of it plays a part for sure. I've realized it's just like you gotta lean into your strengths and not feel like, don't worry about. Yeah, it's more just like, yeah, lean into your own strengths, I guess. A lot of the successful travel vloggers do be having some beautiful girlfriends for real, so I got that immediately. Yeah, you know what? I need to make a job listing. Can I put that as a YouTube job posting, like looking for attractive model who will be my travel girlfriend or background stream prop. Some folks aren't risk averse. Thank you for the right words. I forgot that. Risk averse, yeah. I was in the Navy, so I know about being uncomfortable. Nice, nice. Well, thank you for your service, they say, right? Or, does everyone salute the same way? Or do the different branches have a different way to do it? Habib says, still trying to get back on my feet. Life has been hard recently. Still defeated, but trying to hold on. Lando Norris. Who is Lando Norris? Why did I think Lando Norris sounds like some kind of Star Wars reference? Lando Calrissian. Is that what it is? Star Wars? Calrissian. Yeah, okay. I was onto something. Lando Norris. Chuck Norris's son? Lando Norris is a British racing driver. Okay. Man, I don't know anything about Formula 1. I know it goes through Abu Dhabi every year, or however often Formula 1 happens. That's all I know. Lando is inspiring me, though, and Manchester United is winning again. Yo, that's the other thing I don't know anything about is football. But listen, Habib, it's like it's always easy for people outside of the feeling of loss or defeat to say, like, you know, stay positive. I totally get that. So there's not much I can say that will make you feel good in a moment where you feel like you're not on your feet or you're struggling to. The only thing I could say, though, is like that's almost the point of life, I feel. The thing I say to people all the time is, like, when you're born into this world, you are not born with, you know, rainbows and sunshine. You're literally born into this world with the high possibility of dying with blood, sweat, and tears, whether it's your own or your mother's, whatever, right? It's like, even like to be birthed into this world is not done through, you know, love and happiness. It's like done through pain and suffering. So this is not meant to be encouraging in some ways, but life is just about pain and suffering and how we survive it, right? So to me, it's like the natural state of your day-to-day is never meant to be a positive or even neutral thing. It's always going to be a negative thing. Like, think about it. If you just wake up and you do nothing all day, at some point you're going to be starving, your body's going to break down. So you have to always do an action to try to get to neutral or positive. Otherwise, you're always in a state of negative, and it's like like you're just going to die otherwise, right? So unfortunately, you can say that might be a very nihilistic, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but it sounds very depressing. But to me, I find it as actually encouraging. It's like, okay, life is not meant to be something where you get handed everything. And if you do get handed all these amazing things in your life, okay, more power to you. But also, I don't feel like life would be very meaningful. It wouldn't feel earned. And like, you wouldn't find the same level of satisfaction if you were born wealthy, born with everything, silver spoon and all that. So like, to me personally, I feel like life is just trying to find a balance of having those defeats that, like, you know, knock you off your feet. And every time you do, then you should feel a little bit of excitement, because it's only in those moments that actually allows you to level up, essentially, to the next level of whatever, maturity, life experience, resilience, and all that. So you need a bit of that suffering to actually get to the next level. If you get too much suffering, you die, unfortunately, right? So it's like, it can still be game over. So I'm not like necessarily saying it's always good to have bad things happen to you, but if you have the right mentality, it goes a long ways to surviving a lot of these kind of negative adversities. And if you survive, boom, then you realize, like, oh, the next time you have another bad thing that happens to you, you actually can lean on like your memory of the past bad experience you've had to kind of gauge, like, okay, is this really that bad of a situation? Or I remember last year when I dealt with that crazy ass shit, so this is nothing compared to it. So then you just brush it off, and you know you're gonna survive if you just keep your chin up. So anyways, a bit of a long ramble there, but yeah, we're all struggling, we're all in it together. Defeat is the name of the game, okay? We're just trying to lose less in life. Kevin, you said too risk adverse is the other option. Yeah. Moss, you said, I feel that I've dealt with a lot of friction, so I have tougher skin than most. Yeah, I agree. It's just the way it is, you know? Do you say, ooh? Do I say ooh? It doesn't come naturally in my normal lexicon. I don't say it to my friends. or loved ones or to my cats. Only when people request me to say it. But Kevin, I'm not going to say that anymore unless you donate money to me, because you gotta pay me to say that too much. Johnny says, possibility of dying. Do you know something I don't about immortality? What are they working on over there? Yeah, exactly. Listen, you become a content creator, you live forever, as long as the internet's alive, right? Based. This is realism for real. For realism, that's what they would say. That is comforting, not gonna lie. Thanks so much. See, there's something, it's like counterintuitive, right? To tell someone, chin up, life sucks. And it's like, oh, thank you. But there is a weird comfort to knowing that life is not actually meant to be like easy. So then I think the reason it's comforting is knowing that's like the normal state of things. So you're not unique in this sense. It reminds you that like all the suffering that you feel is not just like uniquely happening to you. It's like oh, hold on. It's a collective feeling that a lot of people deal with. And depending on how you deal with it, you end up surviving. So it's like, I wish I had a better analogy, but yeah, it's just like you have this fear that this is a special thing that's happening to you. And if only you could see from an outsider's perspective, you'd realize like, oh, this is normal. Don't worry about it. It'll pass. But in the moment, it's hard to like realize that. And so you freak out. You think you can't get out of the rut. Kevin says, in an alternate reality, I'm an in an alternate reality, you're an e-girl Twitch streamer. Yo, I did see there's some crazy technology out there where like people can do these like virtual avatars. Oh wait, no. It was even crazier. I think I saw something where some dude had some cameras set up and some AI software. So then in the flick of a button, is that the right phrase? In a flick of a button. Flick of a switch. At the click of a button, he literally transformed into like some e-girl pretty person. Like a live action, whatever. Like not an anime avatar thing, but like a real looks like a real person. But just he literally turned into like a pretty girl. And so then they were like saying like, yo, the technology apparently is already here. Where you could live anywhere if you have the right tech. You turn on that camera software, you can pretend to be some e-girl Twitch streamer and then get all the views, right? From doing that. I know that exists already from the do they call it e-girl? Man, I don't know all the terminology. I know you can do it through like an anime character, but when I saw that you can actually fake being a real girl or like just change your look and feel, right? Like to a real human being look, not like an animated look. Yo, that's some crazy stuff. Which, you know what? I welcome all of that, right? They can do live deepfakes. Thank you. I didn't know the terminology. That's exactly what it was. It's a live deepfake. So obviously deepfakes exist, but the fact that they were doing it live, so it was like tracking their motion. Yeah. Very, very crazy. And it's like, wow, how do you compete? How do you compete against that? You know, that's a little bit outside my pay grade. I do have long hair, so at some point maybe I'm going to be forced to let down my hair and then just auto-tune my voice a few pitches, put on a bit of makeup, pucker up a bit, you know. Okay, we're done with Sri Lanka. Oh, here we go. Vietnam, yes. So one of these days includes when I was filming the train. I'm going to assume it was from one of the later days. So let's just check it from here. Way more money and a couple of Bitcoins. If I was going to pose as a girl, I would do crypto romance pig butchering scams. What is that? Is it? I'm assuming you don't mean actually butchering a pig, so I'm curious. What is it with crypto and all? They use all animal references, right? Or what is it? There's something. Oh, like apes. Stolen valor with the apes. Okay. Take it, gonna take it. Okay, so it's not this day. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it might be much later. It comes from making a pig fat to kill it and eat it. Oh, like the rug pull kind of concepts. Listen, you're talking to the guy, because I'm doing my taxes right now. I'm so annoyed with this whole Coinbase thing. They like freaking sold all my assets and all that fun stuff. Most business says... Wait, I know I missed a few things. You know what song is the vibe right now? Alexa, play Modest Mouse Float. Okay, Float On. I probably would recognize the song if I heard it, but not from the name. Moss says, that's reality, man. Life is chaos by standard. It's unique to have peace, and people should be more appreciative and more fearless. Okay, here, let me give another... I need to workshop this analogy, okay? Because in some ways I think it works, but not like literally in terms of like... When I think about same kind of concept when we're talking about like going through adversities, but then those things like toughen you up and they make you so much stronger, let's say, right? So in that world, I was trying to compare it to like digging a hole. And imagine like you're digging a hole for a well. So when you're digging, it's like the concept of like visibly, I think of it as like as you dig down, it's like something negative and it's also a lot of work and you're digging yourself into a deeper hole. But then like the more deep you dig, it just means that there's more space for water to fill up that hole, right? So it's like at some point, if you dig deep enough, one, you strike into the water and you're able to also, in some ways, you can then use the filling up water to raise you back up to the surface. I don't actually know if that's true, but let's just assume for the sake of this analogy. But also, because you spent the time to dig deeper and like be in, it required this really deep hole, but it just meant that you had a lot more water you can fill up inside of your hole, right? It also sounds weird to talk about holes like this, your hole. But you get what I'm saying. There's like some kind of analogy there where it's like same thing. There's a lot of work as you go downwards, as you have to struggle. But then sometimes by struggling even more, if you stick through it, you make it to the other side. But then it just means you have that much more awareness or understanding of what it means to be happy, to be on the other side of things. And that bigger hole that you dug for yourself meant that you had just a lot more space that could be filled up with something positive, or in this case, water. So I gotta workshop that analogy a bit better, but there's something there I wanted to think through. I think I picked the right day. So this is the day where, oh yeah, here it is. So we had these, the train that comes through, and I had one cool shot where I have my friend off to the side of it. This one's kind of cool too, so maybe I'll drop this one in just in case. Moss, you said, I'm switching between accounts while doing stuff. All good, man. You do you. Kevin, you said, I think it's also tied to your own expectations, either being realistic, unrealistic, and setting the level of expectations. Yeah, I agree. Although, you know what, I'm curious. It's like, because I also don't think it's a good way to live to always have low expectations. It's like, yeah, sure, if you always have low expectations, you're going to be less likely to be super disappointed. But then you might not be as ambitious, or you might not really strive to find the most exciting things in life, because you're like kind of trying to edge out all the extremes, right? And sometimes I feel like the extremes, both extreme positive and negative, can be where it's like, man, that's the thing you'll remember for life. So sometimes I think having high expectations is not always a bad thing. It's just like, how do you manage disappointment, really? Which leads to my other phrase that I tell all my clients when I travel with them, especially for wildlife. What is it? You expect anything, but you enjoy everything. As long as you have those two things together, that's the right mantra, at least for a wildlife photographer, because you're going to be disappointed 1,000 times by not having the sighting, not having the right shot, making mistakes with your shots, whatever it is, right? Someone gets in your way. So you got to expect anything and enjoy everything. Expect the best, prepare for the worst. Yeah, that's a nice one too. It's a balancing act for sure. Adversity builds character. Yes, ABC. I like that. Look at us. We're like building all these catchphrases. It's almost like I'm trying to put a workshop together. What do you call those? Like a seminar for corporate, you know, employees. It's like, here's how to not be depressed in your 9 to 5. Adversity. Remember your ABCs. Adversity builds character. Expect the best. Prepare for the worst. All right. I know. Did I miss it? There should be one shot. Maybe it's later in the evening. Oh, wait. This could be a nice one. Let's see. Man, the people in Vietnam were smoking out of these big-ass pipes. And I took a puff from one of the locals. That put me into the moon, like the stratosphere. That was some crazy. I don't even know what they put in it. I should have asked. But they didn't speak English. That thing was powerful. My God. Oh, here we go. It's coming up. One of these. Did I pass it? Maybe it's this one. Nope. Oh, here we go. So this one I had to shoot at 100 frames because there's so much flickering lights. So I think at 100 it seemed okay. Yeah. But there's a moment as the train arrives. So here's going to be interesting to test out with Dehancer. Because we got like a very low light scenario, but obviously brightly lit. We've got motion coming through here. Got a lot of interesting colors. Actually, I should also use this for my LUT creation. I should create a project timeline just for like potential LUTs. But this one seems like a good one to test out because it seems to be probably decently balanced. I could be wrong. We've got a number of different colors within this shot, so that could help for like really testing out the LUT properly. Yeah, so anyways, this is a possibility we'll look at. But yeah, I had a cool moment. My friend does the little, like, you know, I don't know what you call that, but, you know, looking off as the train passes by. You get some nice lights in the background. So I think this could be fun. Let's put this in. Disappointment is correlated to expectations, though. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously you'll it's like hard to be disappointed if you don't have any expectations, or like I guess you need expectations to be disappointed. Is that true? Can you be disappointed and have zero expectations about something? I'm disappointed about this. I don't know. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT. Amber, I have a philosophical question for you. Can you experience disappointment if you have no expectations?
Ooh, going a bit philosophical. I like it. So, in theory, if you truly have zero expectations about something, then you probably won't feel disappointment because there's nothing that you're hoping for or counting on. It's kind of like if you walk into a situation completely open-minded and you're not really expecting any particular outcome, then there's nothing to be let down by. Of course, we're all human, and it's kind of natural to have at least a tiny bit of expectation here and there, but the idea is if you really can let go of expectations, then disappointment doesn't really have a foothold. So yeah, in a philosophical sense, no expectations might just mean no disappointment.
Well, there we go. And ChatGPT is never wrong. Your friend OK says, Habib. Yes, that is the world we live in. It is possible, as an adult, to have platonic friendships across gender. This reminds me of Dodgeball, says Markman. Wait, what? Oh, like the catchphrases? Was that a thing in Dodgeball? Dodgeball. Funny one-liners. What was it? Nobody does something? That's all I remember. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Oh man, should I watch this tonight? No, I'm watching too many other movies right now. What am I waiting for? Or I just got some movie that I need to watch. I need to watch 28 Years Later. That's another one. It's like Halloween time. I should catch up on these things. Oh, there's a movie called Revenge that I just purchased on Apple TV. It looked kind of interesting. It seems like the kind of thrillers that I like. Action thriller, some kind of revenge plot concept. So, and I think it got good reviews on, yeah, Rotten Tomatoes. 61% audience, that's acceptable. That's like just grasping into acceptable. 92% for critics. That's so this is a bizarre. I feel like I don't know if I trust when it's like this. I generally will trust if audience says something's good, I'll end up liking it. But in scenarios where the critics love it and then the audience thinks it's meh, I don't know. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, I got distracted again. See, I think maybe what I should do is I should send my latest... I should send some of my live stream VODs to the psychiatrist and then just ask the psychiatrist, hey, based on these live streams, what do you think? Do you think I have ADHD or no? Because I'm always a little skeptical when they make you like take an exam, which is like a questionnaire. Because I feel like those things can be, you can cheat on them, right? It's the same way I feel about those personality tests. I would rather they somehow observe me naturally or, you know, candidly to be able to have a sense of like, do I actually have ADHD or am I like trying to bias the results in one way or the other?
I think in life you should choose something that is a little bit challenging. It's like the beginning of a video game. Do you select easy mode? Pretty boring. Oh.
Damn, she had to throw that hoe in the end. Had to do me dirty like that. The no expectation statements. Gotcha. Kung Pao wasn't that? Kung Pao? Kung Fu Hustle. That's what I'm thinking of. Average Joe Jim. Oh man, I do need to rewatch Dodgeball. I'm not good at like remembering lines though. Kevin, you said, I think in life you should choose something that is a little bit challenging. It's like the beginning of a video game. Do you select easy mode? Pretty boring. Exactly, yeah. It's like everything... Or yeah. It's like, yeah, actually everything should be challenging in the beginning. And the question is like, once you get the hang of it, are there levels to it so that you can always find more excitement? I guess it's like going to the gym and it's like the first time you go, maybe doing like a 5 pound, I don't know, dumbbell bicep curl. Maybe that was like difficult the first time. But then at least there's like a progression where you can then go to 10 to 15. So the question is like, I guess trying to choose a hobby or choose something or passion where you always feel like you're leveling up and it's challenging, but you don't have the fear that you'll end up plateauing. And I think for most people, the plateauing can occur either your skill level, right? So you can play in intermediate mode, but you can't play in the boss level, you know, mode. Or it could just be passion. Like maybe you're excited up until this point and then you just don't find any interest beyond. So yeah, it's always tough. And for me, the way I've staved it off, if you will, is that I constantly have, that's where I mentioned the whole time, like I have to discover what is my actual passion. So when I initially thought photography was my real passion, and then when I kind of had a self-assessment or whatever, introspection, I realized that no, traveling is the thing that I was more passionate about. So then I didn't have to feel like I have to just constantly level up as a photographer and then hit a cap at some point. It's just more like, oh, I leveled up one of my verticals and then I can level up these other things like videography. Because it's all pillars towards just enjoying traveling more. And then, yeah, so it's like, I think just truly understanding what is your real passion, I think is super important. Yo, what's up, Troy? Troy says, hello, some new footage I see. Yes. So on today's stream, I'm taking a pause from Musicbed because I kept getting copyright struck by them. So I'm waiting for my contact to come back from her PTO to help me figure out how to shut off the copyright stuff. So in the meantime, I am using my time to work on Dehancer. So I'm close to finishing the scripting and all that for Dehancer. One of the things that's missing is trying to find some sample footage that I want to apply Dehancer to in my review video. So essentially, you can imagine I'll be screen recording as I make the video. So I'll have to do this off stream. But yeah, I just want to find some Kino Primo footages from my travels that kind of represents different environments, different lighting situations, different types of subjects. And then I can just test out Dehancer across all of them to see if I can get some really cool shots. I remember I had a really cool shot here. We were on the plane ride. And did I get the plane? I'm pretty... Oh, here it is, yeah. There's a cool moment where I was like zooming in and then the plane crossed at the right time. So if I can stabilize it and just hopefully catch that a little bit better. So I'll continue the zoom effect as the plane takes off. And then we'll color grade and see what this looks like. But yes, welcome Troy. Welcome back. Kevin says that was fire. Yeah, the Halloween voice. The bleed my own blood quote. Wasn't that from Kung Pao? What is Kung Pao? Kung Pao? I do have some Kung Pao chicken in my fridge. Do you mean Kung Fu Hustle? Or Kung Fu Panda? What am I... Oh my... Am I mixing up... I'm mixing up my words too. Kung Fu Hustle is what I was thinking of. Kung Fu Panda is the other one. Nobody bleeds my own blood. I'm pretty sure that is from Dodgeball. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Yeah, that's a Dodgeball quote. It's tough to carry on with 0 results. Yeah. I mean, that's very true. Like I said, if the first month of my streaming, there was like nobody tuning into the streams, you just take it on the chin and you realize it's not for you and you move on. I might have still tried though. Because like to me, it's always like, what's the harm? But yeah, it's just, generally speaking, it's like, you don't know until you try. And I definitely got that from my dad, because my dad is very shameless. He literally does not experience the concept of shame or embarrassment. He just passed that on to us as his kids. To the point where, I was saying this maybe a few days ago. Oh yeah, when we were doing the ADHD testing. My dad is of the era where they're like old school, right? He's in his 80s now. But back in his day, especially being who he was, like wrestling, sports, that kind of stuff, Olympics, you don't go to the doctor for these things. But if he was born now, or if he had gotten tested before, I'm pretty sure he would be on the autism spectrum somewhere. Because he has the habit of constantly doing things in a shameless manner and embarrassing the shit out of everyone around him that knows him or is associated with him. And every kid says this about their parents, but I guarantee you, maybe I'll get into some stories later, I guarantee you, my dad is different. Troy says, I tried DaVinci over the weekend, got an immediate headache. I'll try again next week. Yo, Troy, one of the things I need to set up very soon, especially for the Dehancer video, I'm going to export that power grade that I've got. So I'll make sure to give it to you for free, obviously. Like, I'm going to be providing it on my website for free anyways. But yeah, if it helps you, you know, I have the power grade. I did spend a lot of hours researching, watching videos to understand what's the right workflow. So yeah, if it's of help, by all means. And I also have the ZR conversion. So, you know, you just apply it and then it just does your color grading for you, or your color corrections. But yeah, it's a handful for sure. Like, it took me a long time. But there's a reason all these like professionals use DaVinci for like color grading stuff. Troy said that's a great shot. This one? Oh yeah. I think this one could be nice for the colors, right? So you got nice blues, you got some nice like yellows and lighting. So for a potential LUT, but also for like a Dehancer test, this could work. So maybe if I like take one quick screen grab like this, the colors look really nice. So yeah, so this is from my trip to Vietnam last summer. Spent an entire month just exploring Vietnam. So much fun, so much fun. And obviously, from my side, I was trying to learn how to be a videographer. Yo, one of the annoying things, though, of this trip is that on this trip, my Nikon Z9 completely shat the bed. As in, like, it just up and died on me. So, I was in the middle of a shoot, too. And it was for a really cool shoot. There was this old man in a village, and they're making stuff. And he's got this, I forget what they call it. I think it's called, like, a dragon foot chicken. It's like this crazy looking rooster that has the biggest looking dragon claws. Like the claws are absurdly large. So anyways, I was taking footage of it and then my camera died. And then it just like sometimes would turn on and then shut down and nothing would work. And apparently just the motherboard completely fried. And this is like right in the early parts of my trip, which is so frustrating because it's like, imagine you're going for an entire month traveling in another country, and 1 week into the trip, your camera is gone. And it's like, what the like, now am I supposed to spend like the rest of the month without shooting anything? Like the whole point of this trip was to film and like capture things. So, here's where shout out to Nikon, right? One, obviously I was upset that the camera died, but this was such a freak accident because like even like the whole Nikon team, they're like, this has never happened. It's literally just like a random, like having the motherboard actually fry to the point where it wasn't fixable. And I went to like a local shop, and shout out to the Nikon team in Middle East Africa. What they did is they actually sent me one of their Nikon Z9 units. They air expressed it, like they freaking mailed one of their, you know, units that they own and sent it over to me in Vietnam from Dubai. And I ended up receiving it, I think, like a week or two later. It wasn't like I received it the next day. Unfortunately, there was a few annoying things that happened in terms of the customs and stuff. But it did allow me to retrieve and have a Z9 to use for like at least half of the trip, if not a little bit more. Otherwise, it would have been like a complete waste. Oh my God. So they didn't have to do that. Obviously, they're entrusting a very expensive camera to be shipped over to me in the middle of my trip where I'm like flying between different towns and stuff. So yeah, I'll never forget that they went above and beyond for someone like me. I wasn't like someone special to them. Passion within the career picture, you must defer to Ikigai. Who is Ikigai? Why does that sound so familiar? Is a Japanese concept referring to what an individual defines as the meaning of their life. Okay. I've definitely heard this word quite a bit. Oh, actually, I think I've heard this word in that sense, but also I think I've been to the restaurant called Ikigai. So I think maybe it's not the philosophical thing that reminded me of this word. It was the actual Japanese food. Bleed my own blood is dodgeball. Gotcha. Yep. Kevin says, what you love, which is your passion, what you're good at, which is your profession or vocation, and what the world needs, which is your mission. What you can be paid for is your profession. Yeah, I like that. You're way behind the one going through the plane window. Oh, okay. That one I'm probably, well, thanks. Yeah, I'm probably not going to use it for like the Dehancer stuff because it was such a dark shot. So like I don't actually know if it'll be an effective shot to test with. Love says fried shrimp rice. Shrimp fried rice. Fried shrimp rice. What would fried shrimp rice look like versus shrimp fried rice? It's Japanese. Gotcha. YouTube short, I guess. Yeah. Well, thank you for saying fried shrimp rice. Love. On the YouTube side. Okay, so I've gone through a number of these. I probably have enough, but you know what? It's kind of like going down memory lane. So I can share with you guys the trip in little bits and pieces while we're doing this. So let's go ahead and expand this out fully. Let's shrink this up a bit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this guy was really cool. They were making a bunch of like street souvenirs, but he's like using roots to then like carve out of to make like the thing I just showed earlier, like the, where is it? This kind of like faces and stuff. Super cool. I love, man, artists are the best. Just to have that level of vision. Ooh, this is a nice shot. Look at me stalking him. Okay, we'll drag this one in as well. Puppy. Yeah, Vietnam, I would love to go there every year. It's such a chaotic place, but everything is photogenic. Like everything you just want to photograph. The hustle and bustle, the lights, the people, nature. Everything is just like very yeah, everything just feels alive, I guess. Okay. Let's proceed. Mose, you said I want to visit Thailand. I haven't been to Thailand yet. Thailand, Philippines, Bali, yeah, Indonesia. I haven't been. I decided I was gonna hold off on a bunch of Asia because I thought at some point I would move to like Singapore, back in my corporate days. But then I visited Singapore on a work trip, and yo, that humidity is something just out of this world. And when I asked the locals, like, oh, okay, it is ridiculously humid right now. What happens in the winter? Or like, so then when does the humidity end? And they just looked at me and laughed. And they're like, yo, you can't escape this. This is for life. If you move to Singapore, you just have to deal with humidity for the rest of your time there. Not for me, man. So on this trip, I was trying to be a bit more creative with my filming. Although, you know what, I still didn't really do a proper understanding of like all the different shot types and techniques. But I guess what would they call this? Like a frame within a frame? Or I forget the terminology. I think this is called a frame within a frame or something. But yeah, I want to do more of this kind of stuff, or be more mindful of those kind of shots on all my future travels. So we went, we like spent a day doing a tour of one of these cities. And so we saw how they make like their noodles and stuff like that, which makes for nice filming. Oh, Johnny says, I remember what I'm getting it mixed up with. In Kung Pao. What you keep saying this, and I'm like, what are we talking about here? Kung Pao? Kung Pao. Is this a movie I have to watch? Kung Pao, the Enter the Fist. Oh, have I never seen this? Oh, man. Johnny, I don't think Rotten Tomatoes... Oh, I spoke too soon. So, Johnny, I saw on Google, initially, it was showing Rotten Tomatoes. They did them dirty. They're doing them real dirty. Because on Rotten Tomatoes, it's saying 13%. So I was about to clap back at you, be like, yo, you're trying to convince me to watch this movie at 13%? And then the clap back clapped me with a 69. The coveted 69% for audience. And so we all know audience always wins. Okay, let me add this to my list. I need to watch Kung Pao. Enter the Fist. Kung Pao, he said, I am bleeding. Leaving me the victor. Victor, hardly know her. Okay, I need to watch this movie. Andre, video editor, says, I love your use of depth, layers, and parallax. Thank you very much, Andre. I don't think I've seen your name before in the chat either, so I appreciate you if you're a first timer. And thank you for the compliments. I didn't film this. How do I say? I like the words you're saying, depth, layers, and parallax. I don't necessarily know if I knew what that meant. It was just more like I think I was trying to do different styles of filming since I had a whole month in Vietnam and I just got the camera back and I was just trying things out. One of the things I was trying to do more of is like these kind of focus pools, but I haven't necessarily mastered that yet. But the more practice, the better, obviously. So here, in an ideal scenario, you see him doing this thing, and then I'm doing a little bit of a side panning motion, and then properly, like in time, zooming into the brush and the noodles. But I think I was a little bit off on the timing, and yeah. I don't think I stayed on the brush long enough. I guess I just kept moving on, which it could still work, right? But yeah. Also, I might have needed to increase the aperture maybe. Although in this low light situation, I don't think that would have been possible. So who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Come to Indonesia, bro. We welcome you. Yo, Mo Sahal. Mo Sahal. For some reason, I feel like I've seen your name before, but also it sounds unfamiliar. But either way, thank you very much. I would love to go to Indonesia. I'm planning. I do need to go there for the typical wildlife stuff. So obviously, I want to see the orangutans. How do you pronounce orangutan? Orangutan? How to pronounce orangutan?
Orangutan.
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 Orangutan. I need to see the orangutans. Indonesian wildlife. Oh, the Komodo dragons, for sure. Okay, what do I need to see in Indonesia? Orangutans. Komodo dragon. Although I heard it's like much more difficult to visit the island to see them now. Or there's something because there's been so many tourists. Oh, you guys have tigers. Well, shit. And I would like to see whatever this animal is. That looks like the Furby. A cracked out Furby. So that'd be cool. But man, yeah. Komodo dragons would be epic. Wait, you guys have like these little anteater style looking things? Tapirs? I have so much preparation I need to do. A few things. Oh, yeah. So a few things I'm trying to plan for next year is trying to do like proper film projects. If I can pitch it to the right people to actually travel somewhere for a dedicated time with the budget where they'll essentially pay me to make like a nice travel documentary. That's my ambition for 2026 is to actually do that. And the first little foray into that was my 5-minute documentary that I made about the chimpanzee island in Uganda. So again, huge thanks to Nikon ZR for letting me test out the camera in advance for a few days. But if I can do that for like a 2-week project, 1-month project, my God, that'd be really cool. Also, I have some really cool plans for next year. Or, okay, I'm noodling around with some concept, which is a little too early days to get into with you guys now. But if the technicality can be resolved for, I think what I can do would be so epic. And you guys would, yeah, it will be the thing that can launch me into the stratosphere as a content creator. But I have to do a bit more research. Johnny says it's really stupid. It's one of those cheesy movies like Hot Shots. You gotta understand, Hot Shots is an excellent movie. I'm a big fan of Hot Shots, Naked Gun, Airplane. What was the other one of those like kind of Airplane, Hot Shots? Oh, Spaceballs. I'm a big fan of those kind of movies. I guess Scary Movie. Andre says new here, just arrived. Oh, nice. Well, welcome, Andre, video editor. editor. I mean that you have these many layers of objects, many... Let me zoom out of this, get back to this. Many filmmakers and photographers lack depth perception. Oh, well, thank you. I am trying to do that more often because, yeah, I'm trying to learn, right? So I learned a bit late, right? So it didn't come intuitively to me, but I learned a bit late that you don't need to capture the entire subject in your shot. Sometimes having close-ups, focusing on like a particular like body parts or an area, or even cropping like part of their face is like natural, in some ways preferable. And I think initially I had always the tendency where I needed to make sure the entire subject is in frame. So one of the things I'm trying to do more as I shoot more is just like being super comfortable having a punched in shot of whatever the subject is. One thing I need to learn is also being better at like transitions. Because like sometimes I do all these like side panning, I don't put it together. So like, you know, this kind of thing where he like pans off to the side. So this will work for a video editor who can then just turn this into like a transition into the next shot where you do a little bit of a side motion. I'm sure it's not the most difficult thing. It's just like, I don't know. My brain shuts off for some of these activities. Oh yeah, I had some really cool shots like this. Because, man, one of the coolest things about Vietnam... Oh wait, no, sorry, I missed a few things. You guys said you will love it then. Airplane and hot shots, those are... Oh yeah, even Johnny, what's the movie that I thought you were talking about? Kung Fu Hustle. You know, I love that kind of stuff. Shaolin soccer? Shaolin what? Shaolin soccer. Yeah, Shaolin soccer. Man, this kind of stuff. I'm here for it. I'm definitely here for it. So I'll have to watch this. Love scary movie? Yeah, that's great. Absolutely. Also, shooting with telephoto lenses help a lot with compressing perspective. Yes, exactly. So, one of the cool things here was definitely... I don't know what the right word is in terms of the film techniques, but obviously when you get this like motion... when you get like... Yeah, how do you say it? It's like a side... It's a tracking shot. Yeah, I guess it's just a tracking shot. But like this kind of tracking shot where you're in line with the subject, but then you're able to show the action, the speed of motion in the background. So I did this a couple times or a few times with wildlife. So imagine you're in the Jeep and the bear or the leopard is walking and you're like strafing the animal. So you're walking in parallel with the subject and you try to you're driving and you're moving forward at the same pace as the animal. So then it keeps the animal almost fixed while you see the passing trees and brushes and stuff like that. So it invokes motion at the same time. So that kind of like sidetracking is always super cool. So here, one of the cool... Yo, what's up, Beatty? Beatty says, hello, people of the ever-expanding universe. Yes, well, that is the hope, is that if the universe is my Twitch stream and my YouTube stream and Kick, shout out to that one guy on Kick right now. Yes, we hope that it's always expanding. What was I saying here? Oh yeah, so the cool thing about Vietnam is there's scooters everywhere. So the mode of transportation being these scooters. So then it made it easy for me to get these like very stable shots without needing a gimbal or anything else, where I can get some shots of, you know, in this case, my friend and the taxi driver or bike driver, I don't know, with all the motion. And this was like early morning, so there's decent light coming through. So yeah, slow motion like this. Unfortunately, she's handling a Sony camera. You know, nobody can be perfect. It is what it is. But yeah, this could be some nice shots. So maybe we can pull from this. Andre says that's parallax. Oh, I see. Yeah, parallax, meaning that objects farther away seems to move faster than the ones closer to the camera. Gotcha. Thank you. Is it like parallax plus tracking? I have no idea. But anyways, yeah, that effect is so cool. Kevin says, feels like it's been forever since you've been gone. That's from a song from that Linkin Park guy. Kevin, on the opposite side of things, Beatty has been here. Yeah, I think Beatty, you were here a few days ago. It's you, Kevin. You are the one who has been gone forever. Gasp, it's been 50 years. Andre says the other way around, sorry. No need to apologize. So BD, just as a quick FYI, I am working on my Dehancer product review video. So in preparation for it, I have like I have a bit of the scripting done, but one of the things that's missing is I want to actually line up a number of sample shots where I can test out Dehancer with. So I'm going through a bunch of my hard drives that I have connected, and I'm just pulling from some of my recent trips from the past year or two to see if I can find some potential footages that could work well in terms of like the balance of the lighting, the colors, the subject, whatever it is, that I can use as samples for the video. So right now I'm on a trip that I went on to Vietnam. I went there for an entire month, and it was a mix of like there's like some kind of drone photography lessons that I took because my friend is a drone photographer, videographer as well, and she's from Vietnam, so that was where the suggestion came in. So then she basically was also the translator for the whole trip, which was man, was that useful. So yeah, let's just see if we can find a few more shots. I already have a quite a bit here, so we're probably already done. But this is also fun exercise for me to go down memory lane. So there. Oh, yo, Fort Minor. I haven't heard that in so long. Fort Minor, wow. Are they still around? But yeah, I guess they were kind of like a Lincoln Park, the Temu Lincoln Park. I liked Fort Minor, but we all know Lincoln Park was the real deal. And Limp Bizkit. Okay, so I'm looking for shots with a lot of colors, but also something that feels a bit cinematic. Because obviously I don't want to show something boring, even if it has a lot of colors. Because the goal is that if someone's watching this video, hopefully the footages that I'm supplying them with can be appealing in some way. This one could work because there's like so many colors involved. Although I don't think I was really in focus for any of it. Maybe there's another one. It's a banger. It's featuring Skylar Grey before she turned into Skylar Grey. Who was she before turning into Skylar Grey? Who is Skylar Grey? You're saying it as if I should know. Okay, actually, you know what? Most of these shots... Oh, shout out to Low Bass Guy. We got a little spider for him. Oh, look at this cute cat. We went to some cafe and they had these adorable cats there. Okay. Oh yeah. Could this be a good shot? Something about this just looked really cinematic, I guess. It must be like that vintage helmet. I'm not sure if this would actually be a good example though for the Dehancer. I'm not sure. It's just a cool shot. You know what? Let's add it in. Holly Brook, says Kevin. Skylar Grey. Do you listen to Eminem? I haven't listened to real music in a number of years. The closest I've gone to real music has been now Artlist and Musicbed and Lens Distortion. So a lot of stock music. I just never have time for it, unfortunately. I'm coming home. Yeah, I know that song. Okay, so she's the vocal in that. Beatty says, nice. I never have liked film emulations. Feels off in my opinion. Yeah, I guess it's a subjective thing, right? But also, since you're like ingrained, pun intended, since you're ingrained in that film world, I wonder if maybe it's like you see it everywhere, so it might also like it loses its luster. I don't know. Whereas for me, having not ever really seen film emulation stuff, and I'm just used to like typical, like I film something and you just make it look more realistic or whatever. So to me, it's the new shiny toy. And it just, for whatever reason, it does, I feel like maybe it does a good job of masking some of your flaws, let's say. If you have a footage that doesn't really stand on its own, I feel like sometimes adding these kind of like film emulation stuff can actually give it a bit of more punch. So in some ways, it is kind of like a cheat code, perhaps, but not necessarily the best for proper film techniques and whatever, workflows. But yeah, I personally enjoy it, but I hear what you're saying. With the Diddler. Skylar Gray with the Diddler. Diddler? Who's Diddler? Like P. Diddy? Beatty says, until LiveGrain was introduced into our projects. I have no idea what that is either. I use audio. Man, we're learning so many things today. I learned about some concept on Twitch called Pomodoro. Thanks to Anna of All Crafts, who gave us a follow and gave us an epic raid. So I'm going to have to look up Pomodoro after the stream ends. She suggested Super Sweet Bot, which I can use on Twitch. And apparently, this will allow all of us to collectively, what do they call it? Co-work on stream. So apparently, I can create a task list that shows up as an overlay. And then anyone in the chat can include their own tasks, and it shows up alongside the timer. So if you do something like exclamation mark something, then you can add to your own tasks. So then everyone's kind of co-working together. I didn't know that this concept existed, and I'm like blown away. So you can be very productive on stream. So I'm going to download this. I would love to add this to my stream. Or try to, yeah, I want to figure out how I can implement this. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. See, I do have ADHD. I know it. It's in my blood. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, Beatty and Kevin. Did I say this already? I'm going to be going for an official visit with a psychiatrist to determine once and for all, do I have adult raging ADHD? Honestly, I have a feeling I do. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. But we're going to go to a psychiatrist, and then I have another appointment scheduled with someone called a psychometrist, which I didn't know was a thing. And I guess a psychometrist gives you like an exam, or you have to take some kind of psychometric test. So I don't know, either between, I don't know what's considered more official, but I figure between talking to a psychiatrist and doing whatever this psychometric thing is, I just want to know, I just want to be able to tell for a fact, do I have this thing called ADHD or do I not? And if I do, great, I would like to take some drugs. So yes, Kevin, I will be medicated. And maybe, I know I've heard of Vyvanse, so it's like, Moss Business says I use audio. I've heard of audio as well. I don't mind audio. I know people use it as well. But right now, the one that is our contender is Musicbed. And I've thoroughly been enjoying it. And again, just a quick caveat, they reached out to me to test out their product. But it was just like, look, same thing as the other ones that have reached out to me. It's like, you just enjoy it. Let us know what you think. And then if you want to work with us, we can work together. So I've been using them. Again, they gave me a trial version. And the annoying thing has been that I keep getting copyright struck, even though I'm whitelisted. But I think it's because of this like trial technical subscription thing I have. So I'm supposed to hopefully have a chat with them tomorrow. And if I get it fixed, we're going to get right back into editing or like figuring out what other songs from Musicbed that I like, because I want to use this for my upcoming YouTube project. So yeah. But man, the quality of the music from Musicbed has been fantastic. Super, super good. Like for cinematic content as well as like the chill stream playlist that I like to put together. So so if you guys are interested, I do hope that I should be able to get some kind of like affiliate link or something from them, I'm sure, if I continue working with them. So just hold your horses. Let me see if I can get that, and then I'll send you the links. Vyvanse is like Adderall, but less tweaky, I hear. Yeah? That's great for some. If you're medicated, you'll be streaming 12 hours with dry mouth and 0 hunger pangs. I already do that. Well, not 12 hours, but I already, you know, at least in the first 46 days of my live streaming journey, I was streaming on average like 7 to 8 hours. And if you recall, back in those days, I wouldn't eat the whole day because I would wake up, I would have to take care of all this work stuff. I would stream around 4 p.m. and then I'd go till midnight. And then my first meal would be after midnight. And the only thing I had that day was just iced coffee. So I do have a general, and this is why I kept thinking to myself, I don't have ADHD. Because like the way I assume ADHD is, it's like someone who just gets easily distracted and can never focus on a task. Whereas for me, I feel like I generally do get hyper focused on things that I do most times. Or I guess it depends on the task. But I have the uncanny ability to be doing some mundane project or task for hours on end and forget about food or sleep or whatever, right? So I assume that's the opposite of ADHD, so I just never considered it. But then I think someone explained, or I was watching something about some of the other symptoms of ADHD, and I think the one that sold me that maybe I should, what's the harm in getting checked up, is how some people with ADHD, they put off certain tasks that they know they should do, and it's just like always put into the back burner. And I do have that tendency where I know there's a bunch of things like doing my taxes, right? It was due like months ago, and here I am. I do have a little bit of forgiveness as an expat, but anyways, I procrastinate on a bunch of other things and things that I know are important, but my mind just shuts it off and doesn't want to get, like, take care of it. And I remember watching someone's video where they explained like when they took Vyvanse, once they got diagnosed and they took Vyvanse, like that completely disappeared, and like you just end up always taking care of business. And I was like, yo, I would like to see, one, if I do have ADHD, and if I don't, perfect, my life goes on. But if I do, and if I take drugs that can actually make an improvement, why not? Solomon and Cal are ambassadors on here. Who is Solomon and Cal? Salomon and Cal. Hold on. I take your word for everything, BD. So I'm assuming you're saying these are really good filmmakers or YouTubers or something. The name I recognize from here is Mati Hapoja. I've seen a few of his videos. I quite like them. Van Niestat. Is that like the brother of Casey? So, okay, my understanding is these are other YouTubers or content creators that Musicbed works with. Oh, no, other filmmakers. Ooh, they have their own category. So these are fellow filmmakers who are part of the Musicbed family. Gox Art. Oh, wait, no, I've heard of this guy. Did someone recommend Gox Art to me before? Mark Bone, I've seen somewhere a bunch of times. Gox Art. So the goal is to have my name in this list as well. And ideally on page 1 and not on page 100. But we'll get there. One step at a time. BD says, I work with them quite often. Filmmakers. Yo, how cool is that? Oh, Potato Jet is here. I recognize him. Nathaniel Drew. I think someone recommended his videos to me once. Okay, so I need to check out Salomon and someone named Cal. I didn't see the Cal name, so I might have missed it. Carlo Stigliano. That name sounds familiar. Jamie Fenn. I've seen his stuff. Oh, wait. I think I might have downloaded some of his his LUTs maybe in the past. Yeah, so the point is, Musicbed, I didn't know anything about them, and to be fair to them, and I say this all the time, I don't know anything about anything, so it's not a knock on them. However, once they reached out to me and as I was doing some research, I quickly realized like this is like a legit company that is quite reputable, and the only knocks that I would ever see is that it's a bit more expensive and it may not have as large of a sound library as something like Artlist or Epidemic Sound. So then with that in mind, I was like, okay, let's test it out. And the video that we watched on stream that finally sold me that, you know what, I need to see if I can work with them, or at the very least, it is worth testing them out, was that Ermia Ramez video that we watched on stream. Ermia Ramez. Man, this video is so good.
He's often
How do I drag this over? But yeah, in his video, Ermia Ramez's video, let me turn this down.
seen as a second chance, and the final step.
Apparently he used Musicbed. Yo, Ivan Borisov. Ivan Borisov. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Hells yes, thank you. So anyways, we stumbled upon this channel called Ermia Ramez, which I highly recommend because I was learning how to be better at color grading and like the workflows and stuff. And he hid an entire educational video inside of a short film. So excellent, creative, innovative, all of the words. But it turns out he uses Musicbed for his soundtracks. And I was like, yo, that was fantastic.
Full potential. And sure, it can be that, but you really shouldn't treat it as just the last.
So anyways, then I was like, that was like the final straw, if you will, that I need to check out these guys. So I'm talking a lot about them. I'm not listening to their music right now because like I said, I was getting hit with some copyright strikes, which I need to take care of. But anyways, that's where we are. Hyperfocus is also something that occurs. The things that you enjoy, you focus on heavily. Okay. But then that means, let's imagine I don't have ADHD and it's like, oh, you just happen to hyperfocus on things. Then there's still something wrong with me because the things that I enjoy focusing on are like the most boring ass shit ever. Like whenever there's like a routine task you have to do, like just dragging and dropping things or whatever, I find that very therapeutic. Because then as I do that, I'll turn on my YouTube or Netflix or whatever. So I'm always like busy doing stuff. Actually, that could be the other reason that I'm curious if I have ADHD. Because generally speaking, I have to multitask and I fidget a lot. So that's maybe the other symptom. I fidget all the time and I can't, while I'm hyper focusing on one task, it doesn't mean I'm only doing one task. I end up trying to have like, I have multiple screens, I have like audio stimulants and everything going around me. So yeah, anyways. We need more people holding cameras. I would love to be the cameraman. I genuinely mean that. If there's like if I meet fellow content creators and there's someone who's absolutely photogenic but also likes being in front of the camera all the time, I would in a heartbeat just be like, yo, can we make you the subject of whatever endeavor and I will just be the guy behind the camera. I would love nothing more than to not be in the spotlight. Not in that way, you know. You can just say you're neurodivergent. Yo, that sounds so cool. It sounds cooler. Yeah, I'm NDV. NDG, neurodivergent. I don't know. I feel like those words get used so often. That's why even I kind of hesitate to even talk so much about saying I have ADHD because like it's just like one of those kind of, you know, in the same way. I think I also joke about this all the time. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm autistic in some ways. Or when you say you do something autistically, like I'm not like. I kind of mean it genuinely. I have very autistic behavior maybe, but it's probably not the right word to use because I know that's like a proper thing that people deal with. So it's like trivializing something that's serious. Although, can you trivialize something that's not serious? Is that by definition? I don't know. Okay, this might be a cool shot just because we got the lady in the bamboo hat. And it's a pretty brightly lit shot. So that could be a good test. Mose says, I just edit and watch shows and stuff while doing it. Yeah, yeah. And by the way, I'm not saying these things as if I'm like somehow unique. I'm assuming a lot of the things that I'm saying is like just normal, right? It's like a normal thing for a lot of people to do. But it's also normal for a lot of people to have ADHD. So might as well get tested. All I know is if you tell me that there is a magic drug that I could have been taking my whole life, I will be so pissed if at the age 50 or something, I finally just, you know, decide to take the test and it turns out I've been suffering through whatever disorder for a long time and I could have solved a lot of the side effects or the negative aspects of it through some pill. I'm not opposed to taking drugs, okay? I think over-relying on it probably is not good. But then again, I would kind of say maybe my whole life was over-relying on not using drugs. So I really like these kind of... Okay, so what do we say this is called? Is it frame within a frame? I think that's one technique that I want to try to utilize as much as possible. Or like on every film project, if I can get some of these kind of obstructed views where you kind of get a little peek into something past the obstruction. Okay, this shot's pretty good. Okay, we have so many footages to pull from. ADHD and autism overlap, very similar symptoms. Yeah, okay. Real talk, I don't think I have. At the very least, I don't think I have actual, like, autism. Yo, Johnny, Aperture, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Yo, what does that mean? Are we officially over 100? Okay, I think you were my 109th or 8th follower, one of those two. So there's still a chance that 8 of you guys decide to just be like, you know what, F it, let's hop off. But I would hope that from now on, we are always going to have over 100 followers. Have you ever taken Tylenol? Not really. Obviously, I have at times. You know one drug that I've been taking every day when I stream? It's the freaking... it's the equivalent of Claritin. Because I do have like some kind of chronic allergies. So my nose is always runny. And I don't know what causes it. It's not my cats, I don't think. I hope. Man, we have some cool shots to color grade and turn into some nice future travel vlog film concept. Okay, a lot of lights here. This probably should work as a test, because now we got all the colors here. Okay, are we done? Are we winning? Let's say that this is probably good enough for Vietnam. Tanzania. I don't think I shot... Yeah, okay, this trip probably doesn't count. This is like the workshop that I did for one of the lodges. Mongolia, February. Mongolia, February. Oh, nice. Okay. So then I can actually pull from the raw footage. Because right now I was going to lean on like the footages that I have, but that's like the ProRes files. Hold on. Kevin, you said I've been to Hanoi, Saigon, and Da Nang. Yeah, I think those are like the... Because I think that's the main areas I went to as well. I think those are like the tried and true ones. Like if you're going to visit Vietnam, you should probably check out those areas. Hanoi, I think, is a lot of people's favorite. There's a place called Hoi An as well. Okay, so now I have the legit raw files from Mongolia. Because one of the things I was kind of somewhat struggling with is like, okay, I pulled a bunch of the footages that I have that I've used Dehancer on, or I could use Dehancer on. And so I was going to pull from Mongolia. However, the problem is that the footages I used were all not raw footage. They were like in Rec 709, which is not the worst thing, because then I can show how Dehancer looks on some of the Rec 709 footages versus in DaVinci Wide Gamut. But alternatively, if I have the raw files and I can easily find them, then I might as well just pull from that. So let me keep that in mind. Okay, however, we're going to move on to the exciting gorilla stuff. What day would it start from? So this is when I took the honeymoon couple on a trip. So there could be some useful footages from this. The elephant's ass. Okay, and the question is this too dark to use? Yeah, I probably won't use any of these just because there's not much color in this footage, right? It's mostly like dark and a little bit of blue here, but the elephants don't necessarily lend itself well for like a color grading test, I guess. So maybe we skip through all that. Or at least not at night. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Man, this is where, unfortunately, I feel like there were some really cool shots of the painted dogs. They had just finished hunting some poor little antelope thing, and we just happened to stumble across the pack of them right as the sun was setting. So really nice lighting and everything. But I think the unfortunate part for me is that I had my lens set up on the Z6 III, whereas I wanted the shots with the Z9 with the proper lens, because obviously it would just be better quality. Unfortunately, I didn't have the right setup is what I'm saying. But let's see if I can find. Dun, 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 dun. Like, I think I ended up shooting either with the wrong lens or with the wrong camera for like some of the cool moments. Let's see if I can find it. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so I shot this with the Z6 III, which is, again, not the worst thing. But I think I had switched over to some photos as well. And for both, you could see, like, the camera just struggles with the smaller, you know, it's like at 24 megapixel, I think. And just in terms of the range and yeah, it wasn't as sharp as it would have been if I had shot this with the Z9. But it was a cool moment because you can see this one painted dog was literally walking around with the head of the animal it killed. And yo, painted dogs are crazy. They're savage. They like, I think they're one of the more efficient predators. I think they have one of the highest success rates as a hunter. But then they literally tear the animal to shreds in like, it feels like in seconds. They're super just ravenous. So anyways, seeing this dude just walk off with the head was a little bit something. I don't know. It was something. Yeah, because I think on this trip I was testing out a different lens. Was this when I was testing out the 180 to 600 maybe? So I wasn't using the... I'm trying to remember. I think I was switching between the 400 2.8 and like the 180 600. Look at this lovely couple. This could be no. And then some of the problems with like trying to test Dehancer or like these LUTs with like African safari shots is you kind of get like these monotone colors, or like you'll just get either like a bit of green and brown maybe, and then some spots of blue if you're pointing towards the sky. And you don't really get too much other colors involved, so it might not actually be the best subject to test with. Well, but we'll see. I think the ones that will be is later on in this trip is when I went to Uganda. So we went to Uganda and then we did a bunch of chimps and gorilla treks. So for there, I think maybe, just because the colors will be a bit more saturated and like richer. We'll see. But I just want to do a proper Dehancer test across wildlife, portraiture, some nature, low light, golden hours. Oh, we have some rhinos. That could be... Man, this lodge was so cool. This place is called, was it? Hold on. What was it called? I think it was on there somewhere. I want to say Amalinda. Did I just see that somewhere? Yeah, okay. Amalinda. Beautiful, crazy beautiful place. And they like built the entire like lodge it was like carved into the rocks, if that makes sense. So let me see. Perfect for honeymooners and third wheelers of the honeymooners. Literally have to like squeeze through this opening to continue on. Okay. So I don't think I'll use these for the Dehancer, but let's see. I tend to like when it rains for the colors, but same thing, I think it's just a lot of like, unfortunately it's going to be a lot of just one color shots, like the greens. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, can I join this heist, or is it too late? Let me join this heist. Heist, what is today? 82? The 82nd live stream. Look at us. Still kicking. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward to one of the other days. So we're looking for Uganda. Here we go. Uganda be kidding me. Let's see if we can find some of the chimps, maybe. If we have to choose just one, it might be the gorilla. I know there's like this one cool shot of the gorilla I have. Man, I have some really cool footages from this trip. Where would it be? I had this one long thing that I want to post as like a single YouTube video, where you just watch me follow some chimps for several minutes. Where's the audio on this? This is when we spot the gorilla. So in case anyone has never been on a gorilla trek before and would like to see what that experience is like and would like to join in the future, essentially this is what you do. You there's no real path that you take. Some parts, I guess, you might have some areas and you go in different directions, right? So you get assigned a gorilla family, and then you go with a small group. I think they cap it at 8 guests, but then with the 8 guests, you would also have rangers and your guide, as well as porters if you use a porter, which I always recommend because it helps economically. It helps them out, right? And they're really strong people, so why not? So anyways, you get a porter. So you go with the crew, and some parts you follow a set path. So here we're just following a trail. But then ultimately, you're basically just going to wherever the gorillas are. And so they're always radioing with the advanced scouts. And the scouts are just kind of sensing, or they're tracking the gorilla family, and they're reporting where they are. And so then sometimes you just have to cut through the forest to get to where the gorillas are. So that's why you see the dudes with machetes. Let's see if I can show it. So here, sometimes you end up having to climb a bit, which is not the easiest. So it's definitely a moderate level, but it's just unpredictable. And you got the dude over here with a machete, so they use that to kind of chop through all the dense foliage. And here we finally encountered the gorilla family. So you can see here off to the left, I believe the silverback was right here. And then one of the females, I think, was walking past or was chilling nearby. So this is kind of how you might observe it at certain points, but it's not like you just see, tufts of fur. You walk around, the guides will kind of shift your perspective or find different areas to get closer to them. Sometimes they'll chop with the machete to cut out some of the surrounding foliage so you have a better view, but they're always doing it in a way to not disturb the gorillas. And these are all habituated, so they're actually very accustomed to human presence, so long as you don't do something foolish. Mo, you said, bro, for one trip, how many videos do you usually shoot, and how much storage does it end up taking? On average, for the past trips I've been on, my average trip was, let's say, we'll call it 2 weeks. If I travel for 2 weeks, I end up with about 4 to 6, maybe like 4 to 6 terabytes of footage, something like that. Maybe as much as like 8 terabytes. So it's a lot. I tend to overshoot, although that might change going forward. It's like as I get more experience, I'm learning more and more what it is that I need to, what is like considered film worthy, or like something that's worth capturing, or sorry, what's worth sharing, like what actually fits into a story. So hopefully, as I am getting more experience about what actually gets filtered to the end product, it helps me realize what I don't need to film, 10 versions of. If I know I get this one version right, then I can move on. But up until now, I would definitely say I still felt very much like I don't know what I'm doing, so let me just film everything, and then once I get home, I'll have to sift through everything and see if I can figure out a story from it. So yeah, the goal is to move away from that model, but I don't necessarily discourage it. If you're someone like me and you're like learning and you want to get better as a filmmaker, go for it. Just shoot everything, you never know. Formula, yo, what's up? Formula is here. It's been a while. Welcome back. One of the OGs. Formula, oh, you know what? And for all the people on Twitch, one of the to-do items I have is I need to create some badges for you guys to recognize. I think there's like a 2-month badge, a 3-month badge, and so on. So I do want to show my appreciation to you guys, and you guys are all OGs here, all right? King says that would be an epic experience to be able to see a gorilla IRL. Makes you feel kind of jacked. It absolutely does not make you feel jacked. If anything, it makes you feel like the scrawniest person in the world. These dudes will crush you with their stare, You gotta be careful around these MFers. Like, look at this beast. Man, I would never... If I was one of those 100 men versus the gorilla, I will be at the very end. I'll be egging on all the other dudes to go attack, because there's no shot. There's no shot. The only way you can beat one is if it tires itself out. So, all right, let's see if we can find one footage to use, maybe with Dehancer. Hello again, people, says Beatty. Yes, hello again, people and non-people alike. Oh yeah, I remember there's a crazy moment here. Where was it? Because I think, so I was following one part of the group, and then, the guide was pointing over to one of the gorillas that were nearby up on a tree. This guy there. But then as we were filming, all of a sudden the silverback just showed up out of nowhere from like below us and then just crossed right in front. I don't know if I got it on footage though. Or yeah, I didn't get it very well. But you can kind of see here, you got the silverback. And I don't think the perspective does a good job to show, like, it's pretty close. Especially when you hear the sound of it just like crackling all the leaves and stuff. And just to even get a glimpse, it looked larger in life, but to see it through the foliage and like, oh my god, it would just take it one quick like hop over to just destroy us, King Ass Kong. Okay, maybe this one, I don't know, it's a bit low light. Bit of noise on that one. King, you said, I know you can't make eye contact with them, but for sure you could give them props for being massive units. Yeah, yeah. I think, do they say... I feel like I've made eye contact with them before, but maybe not the silverback. Actually, that's a good question. But in general, yeah, you're like the obvious things they tell you not to do is like, whatever you do, do not beat your chest, right? Don't try to mimic that, because that's like essentially you challenging them. Don't make like the grunting sounds or stuff like that. Don't approach them unless the guide kind of gives some permission. So generally, you want to make sure you have your space. If they approach you, I think you're right. You're not supposed to like make eye contact. Yeah, I think you have to look submissive, essentially. Because the moment they sense like a challenge, then that causes problems. BD says, I worked 20 hours yesterday and I woke up at 6 a.m. today. Jesus, you're utterly exhausted, but must continue. What is the project for? Or are you catching up on things, or is the project live? But, well, thanks for being here. Listen, starting tomorrow, whenever going forward, I'll use this co-working concept apparently on Twitch. I need to research that more. We'll have this little productivity timer, and so then we'll be able to create tasks together on stream, and hopefully we'll all work towards our goals. There's no other way, says Kevin. Yep. 3, 2. Oh yeah, and some of this I captured in 8K, which I'm really happy I did. Because obviously now I can get some super close-ups of like the parts of the silverback. But I think one of these could work for the Dehancer test. Let's just find the right one. Yesterday was a live show. Oh, nice, nice. 6T era. That's crazy, but thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Oh, 6 terabytes. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. I got a bit, I was a bit fortunate. I did a big project for a large YouTuber last year over the summer. And as part of that, I was able to expense a number of gear, including a bunch of 1 terabyte CF Express Type B cards, because I needed it to film for him. So, and he let me keep it afterwards, right? So that was nice, because now I have like a bunch of these 1 terabyte cards, which, my God, it's amazing. But yeah, 6 terabytes is a lot. All I know is like usually I end up filling up the 4 terabyte SSDs. So then I end up having at least 2 portable SSDs either filled up or in use. So we'll call it like anywhere from 4 to 8 terabytes. Okay, this footage might work because the gorilla's kind of looking over you every day. Although it's an 8K footage, so wish us luck. Oh wait, why did I add that one? Hold on, can I undo that? If I hit undo, actually it doesn't matter. We're not going to use everything here. I should have one of the footages of the gorilla when he's yawning, so you can see the teeth being bared and stuff, which looks super epic. So let me find that one. So BD says yesterday was a live show, was decently happy with it. Very cool project, especially where the proceeds went from the ticket sales. Oh, nice. So it was like a charitable type situation? Or do you mean like the proceeds went to your bank account? Either way, I can see why you'd be happy. King says, I wouldn't want to be around mandrills, but a gorilla, that's family. Yo, the mandrills I do want to visit. I almost ended up going there end of last year to Ethiopia, where I think they have, is it the mandrills or the drill monkeys? I always get this confused. But the place to see them is still considered very dangerous in Ethiopia. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for civil unrest to kind of, you know, restore itself. Or civil unrest to die down, I guess is the way to say it. All right, where is the shot? Because I was filming in 8K, I was trying to record in like spurts as opposed to just doing one long recording. Because man, that 8K raw, it definitely burns through your memory card. So wait, where's the footage? Oh, okay, we have more. The event itself, the ticket sales went to a fund for those in the Costume Designers Guild. Oh, okay. Oh, we missed it. There it is. All right, so I think this is probably the shot I want to use. And yo, we can zoom in on this mother. It's 8K. All right, let's drag this guy in. Did I drag it in? Yes, okay. Okay, now we can move on. I think... What else kind of shots do we want? Okay, let's check through Colombia, maybe. As the majority of people in the film industry are not working in this city. Huh. As in you're saying... The Costume Designers Guild. Actually, I don't know what that means. BD, are you saying, like, is there something that's directly impacting costume designers right now? Or just in general, they're struggling? I guess I'm not sure. Okay. Oh my god. I'm tired now. So we're hitting the Howler Monkey territory. Colombia is another place that I do want to organize a trip for. But man, I'm stretching myself way too thin. So I think I have to do one thing at a time. But I went here for scouting purposes. And it was a wonderful trip. And honestly, like, I can definitely put an itinerary together for Colombia. But yeah, I just need to take things one step at a time. And Colombia should be more affordable because it's not like a place where there's a lot of, like, you know, 4-star hospitality stuff. It's very much more like, you know, you're going to be roughing it a bit, but like not like you're sleeping in a tent, but it's not like, yeah, 4-star quality. It's not like the private custom lodges. But the places I visited, like, very amazing hospitality, beautiful landscapes, nature, and the wildlife is like all there. So definitely good for like photographers. And then the biggest, I think for me, my favorite thing was the anteaters. So I would love to go back just to keep trying to photograph the anteaters. Majority of people... Oh, I missed some things. Kevin says Atlanta, Vancouver. What about those places? Oh, is that where they worked? Well, everybody, the majority of people who make their living in the film industry here in LA have not worked stably since 2022. What? What's happening? And there's very little projects to go around. What happened in 2022? I thought film was back. I thought Tom Cruise revived film after that terrible movie, Top Gun repeat of the first video. Look at this little guy. This is like a orphaned baby porcupine that was staying with the family at the lodge. But man, is it not the most adorable freaking thing? Although I don't know how that porcupine doesn't get carried off by any number of the owls and eagles and whatever else is out there. Snakes. Oh yeah, and I want to go back to Colombia for this particular bird. The putu bird, the ghost bird. I got some decent footage, but I didn't get like the crazy viral shots, you know? Because these guys look crazy. The putu. Look at this. I wanted one of these footages, you know? When the pupil looks so crazy. Yeah, the great Potu. Potu? Give me one of these shots, you know? So I need to go back just to try to capture more of this. I got some decent footage, but Yeah, I got decent footage, but not where you see the, you know, like the eye is like a slit right now, right? I didn't get the wide open shots. It's an alien bird. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's such a peculiar looking thing. And I have a thing for these alien looking birds, like the shoebill stork, man. The event was the Vogue World Hollywood event, a fashion runway experience celebrating historical and present fashion of LA. Okay, so you're saying there's a big ass event where it did good money for costume designers, but then they haven't continued it, or that was, yeah. Anyways, I get your point. It sounds like, yeah, the economy is not fully back, and for a lot of industries, I guess it's a struggle sesh. Yeah, life is not easy. Is always a reminder. But the fact that we have people like you, BD, and those people who are like doing these kind of funds or, yeah, trying to help each other out. I think that community aspect, it's always nice to see that. Da 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 da. Okay. Let's keep checking. BD says that is what I shot last night. Gotcha. Oh, the Vogue World Hollywood event. Oh, sorry. I misread that. I thought you were saying, because I asked like, oh, what happened in 2022? So I thought you were responding to that and saying like the Vogue World Hollywood event is what happened in 2022. And for whatever reason, after that event, everything dried up. That's how I read your comment. I get what you're saying. Gotcha. All right, we enter capybara territory. Oh, we also have some colorful birds. So that could work for Dehancer. Also, this shot's just kind of hilarious. So let's add this in. Macaw. The major problem is that it's quite expensive to film a project in LA, and tax incentives are just not there from the state or city. Permitting process is nearly impossible. Some private org has taken the reins of permitting within LA. Producers would rather take advantages of other locations. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Okay, so it's not like really related, but when you're talking about this, it made me think of like, it's a reminder that like almost every industry, you have to deal with these random like corporate like red tape or inefficiencies or like politics, stuff like that. And the one I heard of recently that went viral was something about Star Wars and what's his name? Bob Iger, where people are really upset with him because did something get leaked? Or like one of the directors who directed Star Wars Rogue One, which if I recall, I actually ended up really enjoying that movie. I'm not like I don't have like that strong of opinion about Star Wars, you know, whichever franchises or whatever. But I know, generally speaking, a lot of people thought that the Rogue One was really good, which I agree with. Whereas a lot of the stuff that came out recently either was disappointing for various reasons, whether it's plot line or I don't know what else. But then whoever that director was and Adam Driver, I guess there's like a full-on script that had been like already scripted. It was like ready to basically start filming. But then Bob Iger and whomever else essentially shut down the whole project, even though all this money was put in, script was done, which they made it sound like that's a big deal. that the scripting was completed. So I don't know if that means, like, generally speaking, if the script is done, that's usually like a green light, or it means some of the biggest hurdles have been overcome. So usually you would think that would be a big incentive to proceed with something. I don't know. But they made it sound like a big deal, like, yo, the script was ready. They were ready to start shooting, but then it got shut down by Disney, aka Bob Iger and someone else. And people, when that got leaked, I guess yesterday or 2 days ago, man, the Twitter sphere just went nuts. And people were all like shitting on Bob Iger. And like talking about the corporate red tape, because essentially the thought process being he shut it down to show favoritism for someone else. I don't know. Also, this shot looks so cool. I'm so excited to get to this one later. But it's a vertical shot, but like, I like the bokeh, the scales. Now, can you imagine, instead of this iguana, we get a shot like this of a freaking Komodo dragon? We'll do that trip to Indonesia. Now we'd be in business. This would be really good for the LUTs, but it's in vertical, so we'll see. Or not LUTs, for the Dehancer. BD says there was COVID, and then 2022 when everything came back, it was surging. But then the Writers Guild Association, the WGA strike, then the SAG, Screen Writers Actors Guild. I don't know, the SAG. I think I've heard people say SAG. The WGA strike, then SAG strike came in 2023. And that tanked everything. Okay. There are tons of scripts ready to start shooting. WGA is Writers Union and SAG is Actors Union. Okay. Is there like a Filmmakers Union? Like, which of the unions do I need to sign up for, given my current trajectory? And don't tell me it's the Focus Pullers Union or the Lens Cleaners Union. LCU? Actually, I wouldn't mind that. The acronym sounds good. Yeah, I'm part of the LCU. I think I have enough people shot, so... Look at this lone cow. Okay, it's dramatic enough that maybe I'll add it to the list. Oh, wait. I missed out. I need to add Zimbabwe of the horses. Okay, I need to find the footages. Because I have some really nice, beautiful horse footage that I can use for Dehancer. Who doesn't like looking at horses, you know? Filmmakers and how there are many guilds. Depends on what actually you do. You happen to be a member of 3 of them. Damn. Now you're just flexing. Okay, this shot's very nice. I just wish it wasn't a cow. If you just gave me any other wildlife here. But this is why I always say, expect anything, enjoy everything. Even if it's a cow. And here's where we follow the anteater. But I don't think I'll be able to use any of this. It's probably going to be too dark. Man, it was so fun shooting the anteater. So basically our guide gave us a rundown, but anteaters are essentially like almost fully blind. So they have like super strong noses, but their eyesight's poor. And so what he was saying is that you can get fairly close to them, but you have to always be upwind. Would it be upwind or downwind? Basically, you just have to be at the side where the wind will not carry your scent to them. And if you do that, generally speaking, you should be able to get fairly close. So it was like fascinating to, otherwise they'll run immediately if they smell your scent. So, and these guys look so weird. How did I describe them before? It felt like they're like part Dyson because you got the vacuum sucker at the front, but then their tail looks like a dust mop. So you have like a broom at the end. So it's just like a big ass. This would be like a cleaning lady's. Sorry, I was gonna go somewhere weird with that. Point is, this feels like a big cleaning supply wildlife animal. Wait, did I go through this one already? I think I did. The fees are quite a lot. What? You have to pay money for these unions? That's sad. They don't just say your contribution is enough. I forget the name of this rodent. We briefly saw it for like a hot second. It looks super cool, but tough to film at a distance. The fees are quite a lot, especially for DGA and PGA. Isn't PGA something about golf? Producers. What is DGA? Let me try to guess this. DGA? Directors? Okay, so the D is for directors, P is for producers? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Man, it was so cool seeing so many capybaras. They're so ridiculous. How can a rodent be so massive? And look how many there are. It was so insane. Okay, I'm leaning towards, I should have enough samples to pull from. So in terms of wildlife, I think I just want, we have our gorilla. I want to pull from our Mongolia trip with like a golden eagle maybe. And then I think a horse could be nice. Because I know I have some really nice shots of the horses in Zimbabwe. Where there's like a lot of color in the background. So we'll check that in a second. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, then let's try to see where is my, where did I save Zimbabwe from 2024? BD says DGA is the Directors Guild of America. PGA is the Producers Guild of America. Okay, so I was correct. Although, why am I thinking golf? What is the golf thing called? Do they not say PGA Tour out loud or something? Okay, so that's Colombia. Where is my Zimbabwe trip? Maybe it's in Lacey D2? Nope. G-Raid? No, I think I put all the... Okay, give me a second. I gotta find this in my spreadsheet somewhere. PGA is also the Professional Golf Association. There we go. Okay. I want some horse shots. Zimbabwe may... Okay, it is in my G-Raid. Whoops. Well... Videos, imports, 2024. Here we go. Oh, which means I can pull a leopard shot. When was the leopard? Okay, I know I saw a leopard one of these days. I captured it in 8K, which could be nice. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. We found it. So one of these I shot, yeah, so this one I shot in 8K, and I think there's a nice moment where the eye opens up, which could look good if we close in on it. And, you know, maybe not the best test for Dehancer, but the subject is cool. It's a freaking leopard. There we go. Look at that, eyes opening up. Okay, let me drag this one in. Now let's move to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, one of these days. I think it's mid-May. Let's see if I can find it. But really, the broader part of things is that filmmaking unions in the US are pushing for fair residuals from streaming projects for their members, because as long as streaming has been around, there's really no clear and fair residual plan for contributors to projects, especially writers and lesser established actors. Writers and actors are literally given 2-cent checks. What? You say literally. Do you mean literally, or literally, metaphorically? They are literally given 2-cent checks for residuals every month for projects they have contributed to. Damn. It's kind of like my YouTube earnings, you know? You look at those pennies coming through and you're like, ooh, here we go. It'll build up into something someday. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Let's go back. Okay, so we found one of the days with the horses. I'll have to double check if it's the starting of the trip. Actually, we edited this on one of my live streams because I turned it into an Instagram reel. One of these shots. So, okay. Let's see which one we want to use. Yeah, I think we edited this one because it was like the vertical shot. So let's find a landscape one. And we got good lighting. I think this one works. We'll drag this in. And then we have some sunrise shots, which could be even better, but we'll see. How to see you. Yo, how crazy is this place, by the way? They legit just have horses chilling near their lodge. You know, like there's like the living room. Where I was staying was like just right around the corner here. And you wake up and you have horses there if you want. It's a crazy lifestyle. So these guys, they like rent out this area for like people who want to go on horseback rides. So oftentimes people will come here to like spend like 1 week, 2 weeks on horseback traveling, or like just going through all the landscapes of Zimbabwe. BD says a lot of them are actually given 2 cents. Wow. Is that where that phrase, my 2 cents, comes in? That seems absurd. BD says there's a lot more recent questions of AI protections for writers and actors, which has also been a point of negotiation for the guilds. There are some, but there are still too many loopholes for studios to take advantage of, as I currently understand it. And studios are quick to jump on anything that results in maximizing their profits. At least the major ones, there's still some studios that are ran by good people. Yo, BD, do you have any rumors or inside scoop on A24? Because I feel like they're super cool, right? perception-wise, it sounds like they're one of the coolest indie. I don't even know if you can call it indie, but just like one of those like not like the like it kind of has like an indie vibe to it, and they always pick up the quirkiest projects. I'm a big fan of like Everything Everywhere All at Once is still probably my current favorite favorite movie. Oh, look at this shot. You got the horses all in unison. Come on. It's like a robot. That was cool. Or just that one moment. They all step in unison. I was like on do you call it an ATV or like a quad bike? I was on the back of a quad bike as he raced alongside the horses. It was so much fun. Man. Listen, if I die tomorrow, I will absolutely say I've lived a very fulfilling life. We've done some random shit in this life. Didn't do it all, right? But we did a lot of fun stuff. Could this shot work? It's a bit shaky. Yeah, maybe not this shot because they're a little bit too far away. So, my nose. Beatty says, there is some really good people at A24. I've worked on some of their projects and they're very supportive in terms of filmmakers' intent. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I guess there would be nothing, I don't know. I can imagine that'd be super, I don't even know what the right term would be, but definitely frustrating if you have an idea and you see it get bastardized by like people who dictate things, and if they say like, you know what, that actually almost happened. Should I go into it? I don't know. I feel like that almost happened, or like, yeah, just whenever you have a certain vision or you have a creative direction you want to go with some concept, but then some other people who technically you can argue with them, but you really shouldn't, right? There's a level of seniority and all that, but then they kind of push back on your idea, or they suggest you do something different, or they suggest you should push it in a different route. And then, you know, because I've had this in corporate world as well, so it's not necessarily just in like, you know, the creative space. But yeah, like if you feel fairly strongly about a certain direction you want to go with things, and then to have someone kind of come in and be like, I don't know, you should do it like this instead. And I've definitely had a moment or two where either I somehow convinced them to let me do it my way, and in my opinion, it turned out excellent. And for all we know, if we did it their way, it could have still turned out okay, but it would just been like not my original vision. And I think I can imagine that must happen all the time. Or what is it, like that thing about too many chefs in the kitchen kind of thing? And so if you were the one who originally came up with the idea, and to see it slowly get bastardized and like churned into some new Frankenstein version, I can imagine that would be so, I don't know, demoralizing or just definitely depressing. Producers love to run the edit room dry with terrible ideas. Oh, is that the one that you... So are the producers the one that tends to do that? Are they the ones that end up inserting their opinions and making things worse? Oh, you know what? In the tech world, it's kind of like how engineers make fun of product owners. Because like the product owners will come in saying like, hey, I need this feature, this feature, this feature. And then, you know, like, I know engineers always make fun of them for that. But I'm sure designers make fun of engineers too, right? Okay, I just want one clean shot of the horse in good lighting, so... Oh, Beatty, by the way. I mentioned in the beginning of the stream. Excuse me. I have a new cat bed arriving. Hopefully soon. I have no idea when it's arriving. But basically, it'll attach to my desk here on the side, and it's not raised, so I think it just literally extends out. It's like a half circle kind of concept, I believe. And then when it's not in use, I can just push it down so it can like go away, and then I put it up during stream. And who knows? We'll see if my cats actually end up using it, because that would be cool to have them a bit closer so I can pet one over here, and then I can pet the other one over there. We'll see. We'll see. Unfortunately, you can't force cats to do anything, I realized. Like, it took how long for me to get one of my cats to use my cat bed over here? And who would have thought the way to get Nala to chill on this bed was to just put a tiny cardboard box on top of the bed. And now loves it. Like, she's there every single stream at some point. To the point where we had a shout out to Fedorevsky on the YouTube chat coining it the Amazon kitty. So, yeah. Cats are weird. Anyways, where were we? I just need one more horse shot. Oh yeah, I made a nice Instagram reel from this. TikTok, whatever. Oh, this actually could be a decent one to test out. But it's in vertical. Never mind. So a bit too shaky and low light. $5.15. What about $5.14? Man, my allergies are going crazy right now. Okay, I think there's some good ones from this day. Nico says, good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Well, see you, Nico. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming as well. So, Sumit Gaming says, I had sent an email for a video editing job. Oh, wow. Hey, thank you very much, Sumit. Obviously, I'm live streaming right now, so I haven't checked anything. I mentioned at the beginning of my stream, I just submitted a job posting on ytjobs.com. And apparently, that's one of the platforms that are used by video editors, specifically for YouTube, hence the name of the site. And yeah, so I'm hopeful. I have someone from Upwork as well that I'm trying to work with. But I figure, what's the harm in just, broadening the search? Because I really am trying to find a long-term editor that that understands me, but I can see that they do a really good job with my style and with their style, but also is affordable, right? Because since I'm a very small-time streamer, I have to kind of manage a budget, because it's not like my YouTube channel makes crazy money that will pay for the editor's job, not for a while, right? So that's where it's like, in my opinion, I have confidence that I will succeed. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, but that what is succeeding and like when will that happen is like something I kind of gambled about 3 years is when I would reach it. Yo, Walkers in the Wild, what a name. Thank you very much, Walkers in the Wild, for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate that. Walkers in the Wild. Walkers in the Wild. Well, now I have to check out your YouTube channel, assuming you are a YouTuber, because what does that mean? Walkers in the Wild. Oh, there's a few Walkers in the Wild. I might be looking at the wrong one then. But every single one I see that popped up is like something legit. Like everyone's doing some travel, action, adventure stuff. So anyways, not to call you out or anything. Thank you very much for the follow. What was I saying? Yeah, so I basically, when it's been about a year and a half now, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna give myself 3 years outside of corporate and see if I can make content creation a real thing. And I kind of assumed that it would take me about 2 to 3 years to monetize my YouTube channel, because I just started it out. It basically was like hovering at like 100 subscribers, if that. But then I had one video project with the large YouTuber that ended up blowing up my YouTube, you know, relatively speaking. It helped me get the monetization status within that first year that I started it. So that was cool. And I was like, okay, I'm a little bit ahead of the game now from what my expectations were. And regardless, I would still want to see, if I spend 2 more years, let's say, just trying to build up the YouTube channel, keep doing what I'm trying to do until the money runs out, really. How far can we take it? And I do feel, especially in recent times with some of the successes that we've had, some of the partners or like the companies that have reached out to us, reached out for about like partnership stuff, I feel much more bullish now that if I just keep on this trajectory, there's no reason not to believe that we can succeed at this long term. However, the question now becomes, can I convince a very high quality video editor to also believe in that vision and is willing to then say, like, you know, here's my budget normally, but I'm willing to take a haircut to that so long as we're actually going to work long term, right? And then if so, the ideal state, at least from a lot of the successful YouTubers that I've seen, a lot of them tend to do this model where they just pay their YouTuber an equity of like all their, let's say, their YouTube earnings or stuff like that. I don't know like the ins and outs, but generally speaking, it's like a very fair model where, for, you know, if you're a large YouTuber, right? Where basically what they're saying is like, for every video you work on, you literally get whatever percent. Let's just make up a number. Let's say you get 50% of all the earnings on every video that you ever work on. And so depending on the, you know, obviously how often that you're publishing videos and the views, but then that's like a win-win situation. But if you're someone like me, very small YouTube channel, not seeing that kind of income coming through, not yet, how do you then convince that high quality editor to work with you? So this is that is the challenge that I'm faced with. Okay, so I grabbed one horse shot. Should we grab one of these elephant shots? Ooh, I remember this shot. It had really nice lighting. But I think I need some kind of close-up shot. Also, I think I need one more horse shot. I think I jumped too far too quickly. Yo, who is it? It's none other than Ikidis sees horses. Yes. Is this like a thing, Ikidis, where do you get summoned when someone says horse 3 times? Should we try it? Oh, you're already here, so. Well, good timing, Ikidis. Well, thanks for being here, firstly. Are you done with your event? You were doing that epic, what do you call it? The George something, horse something thing? This is exactly how it happens? Nice. Yeah, I don't know if you were finished with the thing, but I hope the thing went well. You said Appaloosa. Thank you, because I forgot the word for this thing. And I'm going to stop saying thing now. But yes, this beautiful Appaloosa. And the owner, because I keep in contact with her, super lovely, the family and this ranch and everything. It's in Zimbabwe. By the way, Ikidis, I can introduce you to them. You should absolutely go visit them sometime. They have a number of horses, and she mentioned that they actually got a bunch more. I think they have more Appaloosas now. And essentially they have this massive ranch. They grow a bunch of produce. They have like a kind of like an orphanage or like some kind of school. There's a bunch of things that they do. It's really awesome. They're lovely people. And yeah, she invited me to stay because one of the side businesses that she does is called Marenhe Eco Safaris. And I saw them on Instagram because there's some viral footages of like, you know, people on horseback, and you see the horses like lounging. They're just like right next to the lodge. So you can just like wake up and have the horses like in front of you if you want, right? And then basically people will go there for a couple weeks to just spend every day on horseback, and you get to explore the terrain. You see all the national park kind of vibes. If you're lucky, also there's like giraffes and other animals there, water bucks. So I went there because I just reached out randomly, and they're very hospitable, and I got to spend like I think a week just filming the horses in different environments. So we would wake up early, and then I would film the horses in action at sunrise. So I'm just looking through some of this to kind of see what I can use for one of my upcoming videos. I'm just testing out Dehancer, which is like a film emulation software, but they help with like the color grading as well. And so I figure I want to show a few sample shots in different environments, different lighting situations, including some wildlife and people shots. And so I was like, I'm trying to find any of my footages from my past 2 years of travel, including these horse shots, to add into our sample list. Ikeda says, yeah, the thing with the thing. Yes, still very busy with it. Well, that's awesome to hear. I mean, I don't know how long the thing goes for, but keep doing your thing. King says the best editor you have is Joe Bell. Yes. Unfortunately, that is the case, because the only editor I have is myself. So I need to find a good one, though. Ikeda says, love Appaloosas. I used to ride one a few years back. They always have a little feather duster tail. Shame they don't have great hair jeans. Oh, is that the case? Okay, is this an Appaloosa? It's kind of covered in the sun. So I just assumed they're like the spotted ones. No? Or I don't know. But I think I see what you're saying. So their hair, they don't have like the really long manes like the ones in Mongolia. But they're like so beautiful. I think they're like, not that I know my horses, but I felt like those Appaloosas were like definitely the most majestic looking ones out of the ones that they had at the time. And then I'm a fan of these like gray colored horses. I don't know if they're considered, I don't know how they're perceived, but let's see. Let's go through some of these. Since we have Ikeda here, we might as well go through some of the horse shots and get her expert opinion. Unfortunately, I was shooting a lot in vertical because my mindset was like trying to get stuff for Instagram Reels and TikToks. Although now my current mindset is like, yo, just shoot everything in landscape. Because this would have been really nice to capture. I guess I could still flip it and reverse it, whatever else. It should be able to fit in landscape. But it's like, did I have to shoot everything in vertical? Come on. Oh yeah, I remember this was a really cool shot. Unfortunately, I think I was out of focus for this. Oh, losing my voice. Losing my voice, feeling congested, runny nose. What's going on? Ugh. These are all Appaloosas so far. I assume it's an Appaloosa stud farm. Nope, nope. Or they're not like, I don't think she was breeding them at the time. Give me a second. Let me play some videos out as I die slowly. Hold on. Oh my god. Deep breaths. There's a pretty gray Arabian. Oh yeah, they had some Arabians. I think Arabians are also really amazing. They're very elegant. And obviously there's a lot of Arabians out here in Dubai. So that's another documentary I want to do. Is just like do a documentary following one of these the local Emiratis and like their Arabian horses and talk about the connection between the two. Also, these are not graded, so the colors and everything is very wonky. But obviously, I'm just trying to select a few that we will supply the colors to later. So I don't know my horses, but I believe that one is an Arabian horse. Yeah, okay, this one's Arabian, right? I forget how to tell. But it's some, oh yeah, I think it's because they have like is it something about how long their face is? There's something about the structure of the face that's like the Arabian look, if I'm not mistaken. The little Arab is coming home with me. Yo, let's not keep it. Let's stay away from the racist stuff. Whoa, whoa, come on, Ikidis. So that one's a gray Arabian. Oh wait, there's a different one. That little Arab is coming home with me. How dare you? The dished face. Oh, okay. Is that what they call it? A dished face. But is the dish face, is that something to do with like, is it because the jaw is a bit more extended and it comes through? Or is it something to do with the top of their head? Or both. I don't know. I don't know my horses. But look how elegant the horse is. And they have this beautiful little adorable wiener dog. Look how happy. I just wish I grabbed focus on it, but look how happy that thing looks. Should have shot in landscape. I visited the school. Okay, let's keep looking at the horse shots though. I need at least one more horse shot to add into my collection here. Ikidis says context. Sure. The front of the face dishes in. I've never heard dish in that kind of as a verb, I guess. As in like there's an indent for a dish plate? I don't know. Listen, I take your word for it. Okay, so Ikidis, I'll explain the assignment. So right now, I'm taking a pause from listening to music because I'm trying to deal with something with Musicbed. But shout out to Musicbed. We're still testing them out, but I think I will try to partner with them. I love the music so far. Just give it a day or two. Separately, what I'm doing instead is I'm trying to work on another YouTube video, which is in the docket, which is Dehancer. So I want to do a review of Dehancer because they gave me access to their product for a number of weeks or months. And so, yeah, I owe a video for them, and there's no stipulation besides just being honest. I actually thoroughly enjoy using Dehancer. So in order to make the video, I'm just trying to find a collection of sample footages from my travels from the past 2 years that I could use as part of the video. So imagine let's say if I chose this footage here, then I'll screen record and I'll kind of talk as I show Dehancer, as I walk through Dehancer and how it works on the sample footage. And then that'll be part of my YouTube video. So I want a number of sample footages from like different lighting, different subjects, like people shots, maybe golden hour, cool looking wildlife or horses. So I'm just trying to find some of the best shots that I have that could actually work for that. So I'm at the very, very tail end. And so I think Zimbabwe, this trip is the last one I'm probably going to review because I have quite a bit of shots already saved or bookmarked. So now, oh, this one. Wait, you're saying this one's an Arabian? This gray. I can't tell what a dished face is. Yeah, this one's the Arabian. It was such a fun trip though, because yeah, waking up early, and then you have all these horses, and there's a lot of mist in the fields, and then you can see the mist obviously from their breath. So it led for some really cool shots. Oh, and there's some giraffes here as well. It wasn't the focus, but peeking through there, far away. And all the kids. Okay, so let's go to the next day. It's a term? The dishing? Okay. Let's dish it out, they say. So I think I briefly looked at this. So this shot... Oh, no. Okay, let me drag this one in as well. Because I think there should be a few moments here where it's pretty stable. And the lighting's good, so we can do some color grading tests on this one. So this is the Appaloosa, I think. Man, I can't tell anymore. I'm second guessing myself. I'm going to say this is the Appaloosa. Because I think they were the ones that had these like spotted coats. Let me drag this in. This one we dragged in already. This one's far away. And look at these horses just chilling, rolling around in the mud. What a life. That's a cool shot. I'm trying to match it to the music. Sometimes this is just how you have fun with it, you know? Oh, by the way, Ikidis. I said this earlier. I have officially scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist. I don't know why I sound so excited about it. I am kind of excited. Because I'm going to try to get an official test to see if I have ADHD. Because why not? You know, why not? And whatever the answer is that comes from it, obviously is good. If they say, yo, you don't have ADHD, perfect. All right, well, good to know. Although I still feel like I have some things weird about me. So maybe I still do need to figure shit out, as they say. But at least I don't need drugs to do it, hopefully. And if they say, yo, you've got raging ADHD as a formal diagnosis, good too, because then I'll give me them drugs and solve my problems for me, please. And so either way, I hope this will help me be more productive. I feel like I'm decently productive. I have some symptoms, I think, that maps onto raging ADHD, but in other ways, no. Oh, look at this shot, by the way. I don't think, yeah. I haven't like had time to focus on this shot just yet, but it was a really cool experience. So basically, all the horses were kind of lounging in this area, and so they kind of let it loose, if you will. And I was on the back of an ATV quad bike type thing. So I'm just hanging on for dear life from the backside, and I'm just hand holding my camera. And then as they're racing, I'm trying to get some nice shots. Super bumpy at times, but there should be hopefully a few moments where I can stabilize it and slow it down. But trying to get some shots, you know, of like the horse galloping against the sun, the setting sun, and all that. So I had a few attempts with this. I would love to just do this more often, just to get the cleanest. But this is definitely where having a gimbal would have been nice. But yeah. Raging ADHD, says Ikidis. You can't lose. Unless they give you electroshock therapy. Is that a loss as well? Well, it depends how, you know, listen. I'm not saying I want a shock collar, but what's it called? The TENS machine? I actually bought one of those off Amazon because I've hurt like every part of my body from like sports back in the day. And so my shoulder, apparently I do need to get surgery if I ever want to get it properly fixed. But then the doctor said, unless you're doing some crazy sports stuff in the future, no need, which I'm not. But yeah, I went to physical therapy and they do the electroshock thing. And my God, does that feel so good. whatever, yeah, the little pads that they stick on you, and then it forces your muscles to contract, and it's almost like a massage. And oh my goodness. So I ended up buying my own that I would use, but yeah. Oh, if you give me one of those, and yeah, then I'll gladly shock myself. Ikeda says, what a shot. Wow. I believe that was for the one I was mentioning in the sunset. It was like a decent shot, but again, I think it probably wasn't the most stable of footages. This one could look nice for like color grading because it was early morning and you can kind of see here the mist. So like there's all this mist on the near the ground. You can see it rising up in the air, so you get this nice like scattered sunlight coming through. And maybe you might see, I'm not sure. No, not in this one. But sometimes you can see the breath coming out of the mouth, and it looks so cool. So let me drag this guy in as well. Oh, this could work. Let's see. Give me something. Give me a little head flick. Come on. Come on. Fine. Oh no, I'm getting hungry now. Oh, Ikidis. Sorry, I'm just picking on you because you're in the chat. Oh, Kevin, you're the one who said... Oh, sorry. I thought Ikidis said about electroshock therapy. Kevin said can't lose unless they give you electroshock therapy. I never lose, okay? We always win out here. Oh, and then for Kevin too. Because I think both of you guys... this is a new... How would I say? Positive progress, a new chapter in my life, which is I have finally gotten back to the gym. So after a year of not seeing the inside of a gym, actually probably more than a year, at the very least, after a year and a half of not being inside of a gym, because essentially once I wasn't in corporate anymore, once I was in this new lifestyle, one, I was traveling quite a bit, so then, you know, obviously that became my gym. But then when I've been working at home, I've just been so focused on everything in front of the computer. I just never felt like I had time for the gym, so I kind of neglected it for over a year. And then, what was it, last week? I finally went to a nearby gym, and it's epic. This gym is exactly the type of gym where I feel like I'm ready to stay there for 2 hours, and I just want to like work out even harder because they have all the cool things that I like to work out with, like, you know, all the big deadlifting stuff and the box jumps especially. I love doing box jumps. And they have a lot of space. They have a protein bar, so you can get some nice protein shakes afterwards or during. I don't know. It's just like epic. They're very spacious, so that's usually the vibes I like. So anyways, I decided to go there, and I've been consistent. So I've been saying it out loud on the stream because I'm trying to hold myself accountable, if you will. And so the goal is to go to the gym 3 to 5 times a week. And when I went to the gym last, I weighed myself, and I'm like 20 pounds, which is like, what, 10 kgs. I'm roughly 10 kgs over what my usual weight was prior to this past 2 years. So, and I know that's not muscle, not a chance, because I've just been atrophying away sitting here all the time. So I got my work cut out for me in the editing room as well as in the gym. So that was a fun little thing that's happened a week ago. I was at the gym this morning, and yeah, I'm a bit proud of myself. But yeah, we're going to get back into fitness because it is such a big part of my life. So it feels weird to even say like, oh, I haven't been in a gym for 2 years or however long. So yeah, give it a 1 month's time, guys, and you're going to see the buff, the Jackie Chan version of Yobel Prize. Guaranteed. If there's one thing I'm good at is I can stick to, like, if I set a goal for myself, I'm fairly good at exceeding them. So my goal is to lose 20 pounds. Okay, no, I take that back. 15 pounds. 15. Which is what? Like, is that like around 7 kgs? Okay, this shot is nice. Nah, a bit out of focus. Kidda says, you've got this. We'll share our gym woes together. What kind of woes you talking about? Unless you're saying, whoa, look at them muscles. Then yes, we can share that. We ain't woeing out here. There's no woe is me at the gym, okay? The funny thing, though, actually, this shot could work if I flip it. Because here we get the nice breath coming out. No, but it didn't do it at the right time. Oh, this one could work. Oh, look at that. Okay, so this one should work in landscape as the horse is approaching, because then you get like the breath coming out in every direction there. That's cool. Okay, so we'll drag this one in. You know, the funny thing though, I think the amount of traveling I did, that actually, I'm not even kidding, that ended up being probably better for me than actually going to the gym. Because like even this trip here, it's like one, you're out and about every day, right? So you're not like sitting on your ass like I do now on these streams. But I'm carrying around, like my travel backpack maybe weighs like 20 kgs. If I'm bringing a check-in bag, that's also like maybe 15 to 20 kgs. My sling bag is about another 7 kgs. So then every time I'm just walking around, you're just like covered in camera gear that just weighs you down. So I end up like just burning all the calories, building all the muscles. Yeah, like look at this thing. You walk, I'm carrying this thing and it looks like it doesn't, well, it does fit in this backpack, but obviously once I have the lens hood on, this shit just has to stick out like this. That is such a workout. So ultimately every trip I went on, I either ended up losing weight or at the very least, I felt a bit more in shape. But then after my last trip, generally speaking, after my last trip, what was in April, May? Then I've just been at home almost, you know, like every day, streaming, working from home. So that's where I just like felt it's not good. Something about this needs to change. So thankfully, I finally took the step to say, just F it, we're going to the gym. Because unfortunately, I have my own workout stuff here. Like I have the Bowflex dumbbells, I have a bench, I have my pull-up bar and in the doorway behind me. I have my ab wheel, but I just never feel motivated working from home or like working out from home. Because then I always get distracted by like work stuff I need to do. So I'd rather like, if I see my computer in front of me, I just want to like actually work on stuff that I need to get through before I do that. And then the apartment gym, it's just so, you know, like with most apartment gyms, you just don't, yeah, the quality's not there. And the kind of workouts I do, it's fairly standard, but I guess the box jump is a bit unorthodox because I love stacking up the boxes and that's like my leg workout. Your boy got hops, okay? That's from my wrestling days. My dad used to force me to do this thing called squat jumps. And I had to squat jump up a mountain road. Like every Saturday. Without exception. Just my entire childhood. As far as I can remember. It was like every Saturday, if you're not going for a wrestling tournament, if it's off season, then we're going to like a nearby park. We're going to the nearby high school where they have the gym, what do you call it? The bleachers. Or we're going like an hour away to this mountain road where it's like super steep and we have to exercise. And one of those exercises is you do these little bunny hops where basically you squat all the way down so like your ass is almost touching the ground and then you hop up you just keep hopping up this freaking steep hill. And we call them squat jumps. God. I don't recommend doing that to your kids, but if you do, at the very least, they'll have very strong legs. Okay, I think we got all the footages we need. So, let's go back to our timeline. We've got way too many clips, but that's not a bad thing. Obviously, we're going to cull through them. Oh yeah, I have to get one of the Mongolia shots as well. So I need a golden eagle shot. Then we have a gorilla. We have potentially a leopard, and we have a horse. So in terms of wildlife, that's way too much, because like this review is not meant to be like super long. So I just want to like quickly show a few sample shots in different environments. So I do need to like be a bit more picky with it. However, now we've got however many potential shots. We got like the chimp stuff from recent times with our beautiful Nikon ZR raw colors. So that'll be, obviously I need to use one of these for sure for the for the Dehancer. And then we technically did apply Dehancer across all of this. So I think at the start of my video, I'm going to, as a B-roll, as I'm talking, I'll just play out some of this. And I'll just give the reference like, you know, blah, blah, blah. This video is about Dehancer, something, something, something. And, you know, I ended up using Dehancer on my latest, you know, film projects. And so as I'm talking about that, then you should be able to see, you know, some of this footage play through. And then maybe I need some text or something just explicitly calling out that this was Dehancer. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think most of this I ended up using that Dehancer effects. And then just in case, I have a bunch of other ones here that we can pull from. And then here, obviously, I might make a quick side note and mention how like Dehancer, yes, you can do the color grading stuff. You can do the film grain and halation and those kind of effects, the emulation. But you can also do these like creative templates, I guess, or visual effects to also emulate how the film might have looked back in the day. I actually no idea why this looks like this way, but okay. So we basically got enough here that I should, you know, I'll take care of some of this off stream tomorrow morning as I go through this. But in terms of our new clips, what do we got? Let's just go through. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm all over the place. This should all be... This should all be with NRAW. So let me go ahead and we're going to apply my new power grade structure. However, this is using the Nikon Z. This is the red codec, so we need to switch this over to Rec 2020 and Nikon N-Log. Okay, so now this is the proper correction. And let me save this as a power grade. Not this one. Damn it. This one. But the lighting is not where I want it to be. Damn it. Because I really wanted this thumbnail for the power grade. But it's a bit too... Obviously, it's a bit too overexposed. Damn. RIP. Okay, what can I use to be the new face of my NRAW power grade? Oh, what about this one? So if I apply this... And Rec 2020, Nikon N-Log. Yeah, the colors look really good on this. Okay. So maybe we'll pull from like one clean frame here where the eye is sharp. Okay, so it's not a wildlife, but this is fine. Is it? Whatever. I'm way overthinking this. It's just a freaking thumbnail image. Okay, so let me grab the still. And then let's rename this one. Let's copy this. Change label, and this is going to be called October 27 at the end. And this is YP underscore N raw. Cool. Okay, and then let's carry this across to everything. So up to here and apply grade. Cool. So now these are all the potential shots that we'll be playing with. These are not color graded, but these are just generally speaking all of the color corrected ones. So it'll be fun once I get to like actually play with the colors. So we had one of those quick shots. We had the gorilla yawning. We got this. What kind of horse is this? Is this also an Appaloosa? We got ourselves a fully spotted Appaloosa, which could be nice, assuming I'm not overexposed in the sky back there. This could be a good one for like certain types of color effects, possibly, because it's nicely lit. There's a bunch of color everywhere, so possibly on this one. Then we got these horse shots in the sunrise, so that could be nice. Then we got some people shots with like nice colors at low light, which could be cool for a Dehancer effect. Then we have one of my friend where we're doing like a video shoot, photo shoot, right around sunset. So maybe this could work, although it's like a very, very low light situation. Then here it's a sunrise, and we had this fisherman doing his thing. And the lighting here is interesting, although it's a bit monotone, I guess. But this could be one to test out. Maybe for like a black and white Dehancer. Could be nice. Then we have a close-up portrait. Smoking shot. Yeah, so then we can do some nice slow motion. Dun, 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 dun. Another version. Then some random tourists that I sneakily took a shot of from my angle. Because I think the framing here... So I don't think the video is worth anything. But if I wanted to test the quality of Dehancer with like colors... Obviously here we got a lot of nice colors popping through. So we got some whites, some blues, some pinks, some yellows, greens. So it kind of covers a decent amount. And then here, none of this matters. So it's really just this frame. This one is a cool shot, right? I think lighting is decent. I just think it's a cool shot. Or it just looks nice on its own. So I figured this could be fun to test out selfishly for like the Dehancer effect. And then I think I do end up walking up fairly close, so we can see what it looks like as it changes. So yeah, selfishly, I like this shot. It's a bit messy, right? But whatever. And then we have one of our first train shots. So this one's just such a cool... It's just a cool shot. So... we might want to keep that. And then we end up getting a lot of colors here, obviously, once the train leaves. We got our leopard shot. Another nice low light colors. And this is the one where the train comes through. So I think this one definitely I'm going to test out with Dehancer and see what we end up with. Some close-up kind of creative shots. Cats. Why not? Just a very bizarre coloring here, so this could be nice just to show. And then this one I still am a fan of, just like even for a screen grab here, just to show like this is a very unique shot in the sense that you get like this very blue sky, blue everything on one side, and it's like split into like the warm tones on the other. So like unintentionally, I guess, I ended up getting a split tone with like warm tones on the left, cool tones on the right. So that could be interesting to just test with. So we have some close-ups here that could look nice. So anyways, my point is we're going to apply Dehancer to all of this. And then either it ends up being part of the B-roll as I talk about, hey, I use Dehancer and like blah, blah, blah. And then you can see all the effects of it on everything. And then I can hand select maybe 2 or 3 or 4 that we actually use for the walkthrough, where I kind of break it down and we show the behind the scenes of start to finish how we ended up using Dehancer to get the final look and feel. But yeah, we got plenty of crazy shots. We got some nice colors. We got the horses, the wildlife, some people shots, low light, cultural shots. Oh man. Okay, so that means tomorrow's stream is going to be super exciting, in my opinion, because we're gonna color grade. We're gonna take these guys and we're gonna make them pop, right? We're gonna make these things look effing. One of these days, I'm gonna finally start cursing on stream. Once I know for sure I won't get in trouble. by Mommy YouTube. But yeah, tomorrow, okay, so tomorrow this is what we're going to do. We're going to just basically color grade each of these, try to make it look as awesome as possible using Dehancer. And then that will basically feed into the Dehancer video. So, yeah, we got some really cool shots coming up. So this is like the quick teaser for what we'll work on tomorrow. So a lot of this was from Vietnam over the 2 trips that I went there. Okay, I think that's it. Perfect. All right, well, guys, it is now 10:30 p.m. One of the commitments that I had made as part of going to the gym, as part of just like in general, like just having a bit more a leash on my time management, if you will. One of them is that I need to make sure to end streams usually a bit earlier if possible, so that I can eat a bit sooner, sleep a bit sooner as well, so that I can go to the gym in the mornings and still have time for my off-stream work that I need to get done, chores, and then stream and rinse and repeat, if you will. So now that it's almost 10:30, I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you for the new subs on the Twitch side and YouTube. Thank you again to Anna of All Crafts. Follow her on Twitch, Anna_of_all_crafts. She gave an epic raid at the start of my stream, so I very much appreciate that. And she's also a fellow photographer and artist. So, okay, with all of that, thank you guys, and I will be back probably tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's the 28th? Yeah, okay, so tomorrow I for sure will be streaming, probably around anywhere from 4 to 6. It just depends on my network connection, because that's been a bit spotty in my region, apparently. So